good morning. Welcome to a Orangebloods watch along provided to you by none other than the guys over at Pinthouse Brewing, which we had a great time last night at the Ben White location. Me and Chad Hastings, and dare I say the super producer Blake, all of us. It wasn't like the biggest turnout of all time, but there was a lot of quality. There was several dozen that showed up. We had a great time. The Pinthouse put us up in a great venue, and here we are today. The next morning, I'm still shaking the cobwebs a little bit, Mr. Hastings, and I didn't even drink last night.
Right. Yeah, imagine what we're going through. Having a little beverage.
We all had a good time last night. We're all going to have a good time today. It is the super dual watch along, if you will. Yes, first and foremost, Texas and Kansas State. And what I have declared all week long as the game with the biggest amount of stakes. Maybe it's not the sexiest game of the season, but boy, it matters. Longhorns and Wildcats kicking off in a shade over 20 minutes, or maybe a little bit less than that. And then obviously Chad and myself will be keeping an eye on the Aggies and Ole Miss. There's a lot going on today. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel, get notifications, do all of those things. Send your super chats. We're going to have a good time, though. These 11 a.m. games, you have to shake the cobwebs a little bit, Chad, right? Like I'm feeling like, wait a minute, I'm still trying to get my gears going, but there's going to be daylight while the game is going on. There's going to be daylight after the game is over with. It's an opportunity for a glorious Saturday for all of those involved. And as a matter of fact, we have our first super chat of the day, Chad.
There we go.
Tracy wants to know, how was the Hays City chicken fried steak? And can you discuss the penalty differential for 3 games worked by Kevin Marr's crew since Texas announced the SEC? We'll start with the latter first. No, I don't know what to tell you about the penalty differential. I just always assume that if it's a Big 12 crew, something screwy will be going on. And as it relates to the Hays City chicken fried steak, outstanding. I'll tell you honestly, I'll tell you the exact thing I told Chad. I don't know how to say if something is like the best I've ever had, because I'm 47 years old and I don't know what the best chicken fried steak is I've ever had. But what I can tell you is that for the last 2+ years since I moved to the Woodlands, I don't think I've had a good chicken fried steak. And what the Hays City chicken fried steak did for me was reminded me why I love a good chicken fried steak. Why do I pick chicken fried steak when I go out to eat all the time? Because when it's done well, as it is at Hays City, it is a spectacular meal worthy of last meal. Or if I was in prison and getting ready to get the electric chair and you get your final meal, I'm a guy that would love a great chicken fried steak. I would nominate Hays City to be my death row chicken fried steak, Chad.
That's nice. I like that. That's a good endorsement if there ever was. And Trace, thank you for the super chat there. $5. Yes, definitely shout out to Travis and the crew at Hays City Store. They were amazing. And as far as the officiating thing, I'm with Ketch. It's just brace yourself for anything in the Big 12, especially down the stretch here. Anything weird, strange calls, weird games, all that. We're just going to have to expect that to happen. Of course, the good folks at Pinthouse bringing you the watch along all season long. Ketch, it's November, right? They say remember November. So I thought I had to crank it up a little bit. So the Pinthouse koozie is now a part of the game. And last night at the Pinthouse, I found a new friend. Pinthouse, we know, are the innovators of the most incredible cans in beer. And now, look at this bad boy. Look how pretty. Look how pretty. This is the Southern Sensibilities. Tom Petty sang about a Southern accent where he comes from. This is Southern Sensibilities. I'm going to get this into the koozie right now. And Ketch, you want to talk about fresh and new. The tap day for this bad boy yesterday. The day we were there at Pinthouse, the day we were there for the event is the tap day for Southern Sensibilities. It is a fruity sour, and oh my goodness, it's lovely. Just like we say, Pinthouse is great if you love or don't love IPAs. They've got an IPA for you. We'll have a story for you on that. But in terms of this one, Catch, if the Electric Jellyfish is the IPA that changed Austin, then this is the sour that is just too sweet. The Southern Sensibilities. So good.
Wow, you're feeling it this morning.
Mm.
You've already popped your first can?
Hey, you know what they say? What's the old saying? You cannot drink all day unless you drink in the morning. Don't go telling somebody during LSU Bama you drank all day if you weren't drinking in the 11 o'clock window. You know what I mean?
Well, and you're not drinking alone. It's almost 11 o'clock in the morning, but you have friends. You're not alone.
Yes, that's right. Y'all
so
just let us
here
know
we are.
What you drinking?
Chat. What am I drinking?
No, I'm saying everybody needs to let us know in the Specs chat today.
Okay.
If you want, let me know I'm not alone. Let me know I'm not alone. Hey, Matthew McConaughey was up sipping tequila at 9 a.m. on Fox today. Did you see it?
I did not, because I was watching soccer this morning at 9 o'clock.
The minister of culture. Of course you were. Of course you were.
You ask a question, you get an answer.
That's understandable. Let's just go right there then. Did Liverpool get the win?
Well, they don't play until tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow. My bad. I'm sorry. I thought you. Yes, you're right. My bad. Okay.
Believe it or not, there are other games that I find myself having an interest in.
There are. By the way, I just saw on College Game Day, everybody picks Ole Miss except Kirk Herbstreit. Thank you, Kirk Herbstreit, for a little bit of faith. He's going with Ole Miss. Catch and I are both picking Ole Miss as well in that game. I hope I'm wrong. A lot of people thinking the Aggies are going to do it, though, that today's the day Jimbo gets it done. Today's the day Lane Kiffin slips. We will see, because we are going to be watching that one. Catch, as we get ready for kick in Austin, obviously a massive game. What do we need to know from the Orangebloods insiders, Anwar Richardson on site, all the other eyes and ears that y'all have out there? What do we need to know about warm-ups, injuries, who's going, all that kind of stuff? Anything big right now?
Well, there's some speculation. There was Cam Williams getting some work in pregame warmups at right tackle with the first team offense. Something to obviously keep an eye on. Hasn't really been any reporting all week long that Christian Jones would be unavailable, but in pregame warmups, Cam Williams working some with the first team. We'll keep an eye on that. Maalik Murphy, good to go. I'm looking at him right now in full pads, throwing. This isn't a game where I think I say this. The last time I said this, Jalen Daniels didn't start for Kansas, but here we are at the beginning of the watch along broadcast. And, I don't think there's any surprises for today. There's been speculation for the last couple of days about Maalik Murphy. Right. Are there any issues to be concerned about? Once the game starts, I think Maalik Murphy is the guy. I don't anticipate. Let me just stop everybody right now before the question even comes in. There's no reason to expect to see Arch Manning today or Quinn Ewers for that matter. Mm-hmm. I covered them all. James Brown, Chris Sims, all of those guys. No one should expect today. This is Maalik Murphy's game. Barring, I think, an injury. I think he's got a lot of slack. I think that was one of the questions either on our show yesterday or maybe we had it at the meetup at the Pinthouse where, how long is the leash? How much slack does he have coming into this game? As a matter of fact, we did talk about this, I think, on the show yesterday. I think he's got all the slack in the world. I think you'd almost have to create a worst case scenario where it's not his ball game. And so here we are. I think the important thing is you just can't stress enough the stakes involved in the game today. That, if Texas isn't victorious in a little over 3 hours, then this season will have got turned upside down on its head over the span of 3 hours in a home game against a team that used to be the boogeyman for the Longhorns. When Kansas State came to town, you always expected the worst. 6 straight wins going into today. There have been some one-score games, but there's also been a couple of dominating performances inside of that. So I'm, this is why we do the watch-alongs. This game here and what's on the line and what it means if you win versus what it means if you're losing. This is why we do 9 months of off season. This is why we stress over what's going on in workouts, who's looking good. It's for games like this. Not games against Houston or BYU. We do those too, but these are ultimately the games that decide what a season becomes, and that's kind of where my head is today. It is all about what happens from the first kickoff on and whether or not this Texas team with its backup quarterback is able to meet the challenge that the moment calls for. The moment calls for this Texas team to put together something close to an A-level performance. Steve Sarkisian has talked about it the last couple of weeks. We haven't seen that. This would be the time for us to maybe see something close to that, because if you don't, we watched a Wyoming game be close in the fourth quarter. We've seen a Kansas team without Jalen Daniels play it close into the second half a little bit. We've seen some of these games. Houston tied in the fourth quarter just a couple of weeks ago. This is a game against a real opponent with real championship experience. This is the defending Big 12 champions. They will punish Texas today if Texas messes around and tries to find out. I think if you're Texas, you want to punish them and make Kansas State find out one last time what it means to come play Texas in Austin.
Yeah, you made me think of Bill Parcells there, right? We can say it on YouTube. This is why you lift all them weights. This is why you do all that shit. That's what he screamed at those guys on the sideline. And that's what it's all about. It's huge. And Catch, this is a man's game today. I'm picking a one-score win for Texas. You're picking a one-score win for Texas. Steve Sarkisian, in back-to-back years, has 2 one-score wins against Kansas State. He's got 5 total at Texas. 2 are against Kansas State. I've been saying it all week. This team fits his eye. He's run 84 times in those 2 wins. I expect them to keep running the ball. I think this is a Jonathan Brooks day. And if CJ Baxter is indeed healthy, ready to roll, and a badass, and the coach's guy, we should see some number 4 today. 4-24, lots of combos there. I love the call of you and others asking for more JT Sanders this week. Does he really become a part of it? And we'll continue. We'll see who's out there in terms of, the rotations at receiver and everything. But I expect it to be a physical, tough, nasty game. K-State wants to run the ball. And frankly, Catch, you and I could both pretend like we know what it looks like when Texas plays a badass running team. We have no idea, though. No clue. No clue.
No, you're
I'm
right.
sorry, Bama fans. That's not who y'all were in Tuscaloosa. You weren't. If you were, you'd have won the game. If you were the same kind of running attitude team that you were when you faced Texas for the title in 2009, you'd have won the damn game. You didn't. Baylor was not what we thought they could be in terms of a running team. This is it. This is the first team that we know what they're going to do. And deep down in our souls, we hope and think we know what Texas is going to do. They haven't faced one like this, though, Catch. Not this year.
By the way, for those of you, look, I picked Texas to win this game 24-20. But if you want an idea of where my head is with regards to prize picks, I took the more with Jonathan Brooks at 17.5 yards receiving. I took the more Xavier Worthy at 52.5. We're never going to get that again. I'm expecting a bounce back game from Mr. X. I think Xavier Worthy with a big game.
Mm-hmm.
CJ Baxter, they've got at 33.5 rushing yards. I took the more. I took Adonai Mitchell, the more at 38.5 receiving yards. And here's the one I think you'll like the most, Chad.
Mm-hmm.
I took Maalik Murphy plus Lamar Jackson, the more at 404.5 passing yards.
Went over that. I like it.
I'm taking the more. A week ago, I was really cool. I don't know that Maalik Murphy's going to have a monster game, but I think there will be opportunities for him to have a very good game. Maybe not 300 yards, but I could definitely see 250-ish in that game. By the way, Chad, what do you have on the countdown clock?
I got 438. 437, 436.
Okay. Well, I've got time to catch up with you, but you are a full 30 seconds ahead of me.
Ooh, okay.
I'm at 5:05, 5:04.
Okay. All right.
Don't do anything though, because
I won't do
ultimately
anything. I'm
going to try to watch this
Hey,
on my streaming.
we know
And
what
if
those
it
commercials
goes
do to
as
us.
according to plan,
Yeah.
hopefully I'll be much closer to you than that god awful separation that just now was revealed.
By the way, if you care, ESPN, the College Game Day crew, everybody picks Texas except Kirk Herbstreit. Kirk loves to save the graphic. So Texas all the way across the board, K-State for Kirk Herbstreit. Just like everybody went Ole Miss, Kirk Herbstreit laid the Aggies down to save the graphic as they talk about it there. So we're getting a little closer to kick. About 5 minutes till kickoff right now. Texas and Kansas State. We'll be watching the Aggies and Ole Miss and updating you there. No other Big 12 games going on until later. Bedlam later. All the other stuff later. So we'll be watching the A&M Ole Miss score. The other stuff, Cats, that'll be interesting. Ohio State should rip Rutgers on CBS. Notre Dame, Clemson, and Will Shipley is not playing today for Clemson. What is that?
They're going to get destroyed.
Yeah, what does that do to that game? That's at Clemson. We'll keep an eye on that. Notre Dame with a chance to really make a nice statement, because you get the statement against a brand, even though they're not a badass team right now. And then Tennessee and UConn in the top 25. Does Tennessee go ahead and handle their business in Knoxville? That's what we're going to be watching. A&M and Ole Miss are in I call it the Lee Corso game. As soon as Lee's done with a headgear, they immediately go to a game. 2 weeks in a row, A&M's been that game. An 11 a.m. kick. Last week, Catch, it was College Station, and they were a little sleepy to start and eventually woke up. If they go sleepy in Oxford, it could be tough today, because that offense will get on you and get on you fast. So I'm really interested to see how the Aggies start going on the road. We've talked about the little road detail we found out a couple weeks ago from Billy Lucio Texags. They travel 1 day earlier than everybody else does, and they've lost 8 in a row on the road. Will it be 9 today? We'll find out.
By the way, I am watching on the Fox Sports streaming app.
Yes.
I'm a little further ahead than I was before.
I see Gus.
Blake's letting us know that Kansas State has won the toss. Okay. They have deferred. So it's going to be Maalik Murphy in this Texas offense as things get started. As soon as I get a clock again, and they give us a countdown, I'll let you know exactly where I am so that we can sync our TVs. Need to remind everybody, we need you guys to sync to us. So as soon as I'm able to give a bit of a countdown, I will. Of course, I am terrified that we'll play that game where all day long it just jumps around on us. By the way, that was a lovely lady in the background there as I'm watching Maalik Murphy throw the ball. I don't know who that was, but
look at you going Brent Musburger. I'm like, whoa, what a beautiful young woman.
Someone caught my attention.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with seeing the beauty. That's the pretty people rule. We noticed the pretty ones.
I'm just saying she was pretty. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm harmless. I'm married. Nothing I can do. So I'm just going to acknowledge the pretty people when I see them. Hey, there's a pretty person. Will Howard. No, just kidding. I'm getting Will Howard highlights, Chad, on my screen right now. I don't know what you're looking at. Little Avery Johnson.
Tell me when you see Gus and Joel.
Well, they've been going back and forth. So now I see Gus and Joel.
All right. I feel like I'm about 10 seconds ahead of you now.
Okay. Well, just so you know.
Something like that. So do you want me to like call kickoff and then you can adjust from that?
Well,
how do you want to do
it? We'll figure it out here in just a second.
Okay.
I'm watching Jenny Taft, the All-American girl. Don't do that, guys.
All-American.
How about as soon as she's done, when Jenny Taft goes away, which she just did, I mean, you can pause on. You want me to tell you when I see kickoff?
Yeah. Why don't you do that?
I mean, we're moments away from kickoff. I'll let you know when I'm able. When I see.
I'll start a clock at my kickoff, and you tell me when you see the kickoff. Jenny Taft, the All-American girl. You think she digs that, or do you think she'd wish Gus stopped that?
I mean, I cringe for her every time he does that.
Yeah.
So of course, maybe she likes it. You'd think by now she would communicate to him, like, yo, just call me by my God-given name. We're at kickoff, and there it is, opening kickoff. We're underway at DKR. Ball goes through the end zone. Longhorns will be starting 1st and 10 at their 25. Maalik Murphy getting ready to lead the troops out. And it does look like Cam Williams may be getting the start at right tackle for the Longhorns. No Christian Jones today. This would be the first bit of real extended action that Cam Williams has had all season. So immediately keep an eye on what happens at right tackle for the Longhorns. It's a hell of a game to be getting your first career start. And we are, Cam Williams as your right tackle. Maalik Murphy in shotgun. We've got a snap, first down play, throwing it right away, and boom, they hit Xavier Worthy. And I told you, I thought
there he goes.
A big bounce back game.
Wow.
First play of the game, they hit Xavier Worthy for about 24 yards. And he caught the ball in the flat, made a guy miss, picks up 24-20. Actually, it wasn't even a flat. It was like a little 10-yard out. And Texas moving briskly, already back up to the line of scrimmage. Ball's at the 49-yard line. This time they're going to run the football, and they don't find a whole lot there. They tried to actually run the ball behind Cam Williams, going to the right side of the line there, Chad. Nothing there on the first run attempt of the game with Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah, nice job by Kansas State defense there. I do like that first throw to Worthy. Get a little rhythm for Maalik Murphy. You can't show K-State you're scared to throw the ball. I like that first play. Let's see what it looks like here on second down. That's a nice throw. Picks up a first down. Adonai Mitchell with his first catch of the game. Maalik Murphy coming out early. Both first two throws of the game, right on the money. Longhorns driving early on. Felt like the footwork was better on both throws.
I mean, yeah, he looked, early on, he looks like a confident quarterback on his first couple of throws of the game.
Yeah. By the way, Aggies will kick off to Ole Miss. Ole Miss going to get the ball first in that game.
We say that.
Man. And then he throws an ugly
now
one.
A couple of seconds ahead of you, Chad, because I clearly reacted to that Maalik Murphy throw, which was not collected and calm and on the money and confident. It was maybe the worst ball other than the turnovers, right? Other than the interception from a week ago, that might have been the worst looking throw we've seen Maalik Murphy have. It was a ball that he was trying to throw behind the line of scrimmage to Worthy that was about 2 yards too short of its target.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, you're going to be a shade ahead of me, but I'm going to try to catch up a little here.
Well, hey, Longhorns on second down connect with JT Sanders. 3 different completions on this drive, all to different receivers. Longhorns now going to have their first third down of the game. I got 13:08 on the clock, Chad. 3rd and 5, 13:04, 13:03. Just letting you know as best as you can to try to sync that up. It's going to be 3rd and 5 for the Longhorns at the 33. You would think if they need to, well, we get there's a flag.
Oh, no.
We get a false start. This actually changes. I was just about to say, Chad, at 3rd and 5 from the Kansas State 33, this is probably 2-down territory. So if you're Sark, that maybe 3rd and 5 is or 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 5 is a rundown because you got 2 downs to get it. Now it's 3rd and 10. It may still be 2-down territory depending on what happens on this play. That shifted the dynamics of Kansas State bringing pressure on 3rd down, and Maalik Murphy misses an available Xavier Worthy. I don't want to say wide open, but a better throw. It was a tough throw. He tries to kind of lob it over the top of the defense, and Worthy was open, and ultimately just wasn't the throw that was needed. It's going to set up a 4th and 10 at the 38.
That's a tough throw to ask your young quarterback to make.
Chad, it looks like they're going for it on 4th and 10.
Oh, good grief. 4th and 10. Because you're just across midfield. You feel like you're in no man's land.
At the 38. It's a 55-yard field goal. I guess they don't want to punt. They don't.
Are they just messing here?
Like they're going to take a penalty and punt.
Come on. Yeah, exactly. You can't go 4th and 10. By the way, speaking of penalties, Ole Miss took a shot downfield, got a PI. They're out towards midfield on the first drive against A&M.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to see.
Yeah, it's the big fear coming in. Ole Miss throwing the ball. You knew they were going to do it. You knew they were going to do it.
That's who they are.
Yeah, big stop for the Aggies. 3rd and 4. Running play doesn't go anywhere, and so it's 4th down. I get Lane Kiffin's probably going near midfield. First big 4th down for Ole Miss coming.
Well, Longhorns are punting now from their own 43. First drive of the game is going to end with the Longhorns having to punt.
I love this move.
And it's, it's exactly what you want from Ryan Sanborn. Ball gets down inside the 6-yard line. Hey,
that's why you
punt.
That's why you use your badass punter catch. You ask him to throw a lawn dart, and he throws a lawn dart. Now make K-State go 95 yards. This is a slow progression game. This game is a marathon, not a sprint. That's
Kansas State doesn't necessarily want – they're not looking to score a touchdown on this drive. They're looking to get a few field goal, or they're looking to get a few first downs and change the field position battle here, because – as things currently stand, and thank you, Blake. That reminds me, I need to go get the stat page and get that set up. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. I do need to bring the stats up for little old me to keep track of what's going on in the game.
We had punts on both games. Ole Miss punts. A&M's first drive begins with a long pass completion and first down to Ja'Day Walker. Aggies with a first down to start the game.
We give you some Aggie breadcrumbs when the Longhorns go to timeout.
Absolutely. I'll keep you updated. Y'all know I'm watching. Y'all know I'm going to be peeking in, so I will let you know if the Aggies have anything going in Oxford, or if they don't. You know me. I'll tell you whatever it is. I'll tell you whatever we're seeing. It's a beautiful day catch in both locations, man. Austin, great weather today. They got beautiful weather in Oxford. Everybody looks clean. We got badass uniforms, all 4 teams. It's gonna be a good day. Let's see if the house divided can step up and have a big day. It's the first time we've had them both playing at the exact same time. It's gonna be an interesting time here till about 2:30 or 3 o'clock.
So Malik goes 3 of 5 for 41 yards on the opening drive. Too early to completely react to what we saw in the first drive in the name of this is the way the game is going to go, but a mixed bag in the passing game, and really a mixed bag because Malik didn't stick a couple of throws, but they were able to get on that first drive, Worthy, Mitchell, and Sanders all involved, but no running game. They only run the ball once on the opening drive. Yep. It gets stuffed. Brooks gained 1 yard on that one play that they ran the ball. You don't want to make too much. They start essentially like they did a week ago with Malik Murphy throwing first to trying to loosen up the belly of that Kansas State defense. It didn't really work. They were able to move the ball a little bit, but I think you're going to see a lot of this today from that Kansas State defense. A bend but don't break, and you know what? You gained a few first downs, but ultimately we're going to keep trying to make you be – if we don't give up the big play, if you're Kansas State, we think Texas will eventually throw an incomplete pass, get a penalty, offset a workable down and distance. I mean, the real story of that drive was facing a 3rd and 10 after the penalty and then not being able to convert. A down and distance that's not what you're looking for. Kansas State came out on first down, gained a few yards. Looks like they're going to get a first down on second down. Suddenly they're out of the, I said on this drive what Kansas State wants to accomplish, I think is a few first downs. Well, Chad, they just picked up their first. Looking at this Texas defense, Jet Bush in the starting lineup. Also in the starting lineup, Alfred Collins started ahead of Barryn Sorrell. First down and 10. There we go. There's a Jet Bush pass knockdown.
Nice.
How about that? Take some of that.
Nice play coming in on the edge. Got his hands up. Perfect timing. That was nice. trying to stop what you're talking about. You can't let K-State continue to have first downs. We talked about it this week. Third downs are massive when K-State has the ball. They're top 5 in converting. Texas is top 5 in stopping it. Texas has got to stand up in that matchup.
Well, and we talked about this yesterday. We know what they're going to want to do on second down. And this is the game within the game. Kansas State, as a run team, averages more than 5 yards per carry amongst their key run game pieces. They threw on first down and get an incompletion. You know they're running the ball on second down because they're the best third down team in the Big 12, correct?
Here it comes. 3rd and 7.
3rd and 7's a little bit outside of what I think they would think is manageable for them. A little bit like 3rd and 10 for Texas. This is not where Kansas State wants to be on 3rd down. And you know what? This is why. And speaking of Barryn Sorrell, that's one of his biggest plays of the season. Barryn Sorrell coming off the edge, gets it back on 3rd down. Kansas State now going to be forced to punt. And it's this game's not real complicated, Chad. Kansas State wants to be in 3rd and 4 or less on 3rd down. And when you get them at 3rd and longer, that's not who they are as a football team. That's not their comfort zone. And it's not a shock that, Barryn Sorrell ends up making a really good play. By the way, we're going to get an Xavier-worthy punt return. He didn't let this one bounce, folks. He's still on his feet.
Come on, X.
Gets it across midfield. That's a nice return.
Good return.
The Longhorns essentially will get a chance to pick back up where they started from.
Yeah.
That was you got to give real quick, Chad. Got to give the secondary credit on the Sorrell sack as well. Will Howard did a couple of pumps. He wanted to get the ball out of his hands faster than he did. Actually, the ball never came out of his hands. You can see where he wants to throw the ball. It wasn't open and available to him. And that extra beat, we talked about this with Maalik Murphy yesterday, where the difference between holding the ball for 2 seconds versus 2.5, I think that was a perfect example of what we talked about yesterday, about wanting to get the ball out as quickly as possible, except this time it was Will Howard as opposed to Maalik Murphy. But the rules are the same. You want to get the ball out as quickly as possible, or those types of things can happen. We talked about it with Malik, but that time it happened to Will Howard. It's funny how these examples, it's just football. It's not rocket science. It's, hey, if you don't throw the ball quickly, you can get sacked. We'll see if there's a Maalik Murphy moment in this game to match that a little bit later on. But big first drive for the defense. They let them get a first down, but they get them off the field almost immediately after that. And now this Texas offense playing in the Kansas State side of the field, they need to come away with some points on this drive. I talked about it all week long, but especially yesterday. I think Texas getting off to a quick start, taking an early lead, I think is really important in the game for this team.
Off the radar score real quick. Arkansas up 14-0 at Florida. They had a strip, a turnover return for a touchdown. They're up 14-0. In these 2 games we're focused on, exchange of punts starts each game. Texas is about to have their second possession. Ole Miss with their second possession in Oxford. Both teams force a punt, just like we thought, a classic SEC defensive battle in Oxford so far. Both games, no score.
You mentioned it this week. Ole Miss is better on defense than people want to give them credit for. And this A&M team, the strength of the team right now is its defense, certainly up front. So there might not be a lot of points. What was the over and under for the A&M Ole Miss game?
That's a good question. I don't recall over under stuff on that one. Let me see if I can find
whatever it is, the under may hit.
Yeah, you're right. Let me double check that for you. 52.5.
Something to keep an eye on. I think I definitely would have taken the under on 52.5. Longhorns back on the field, 1st and 10 at the 47-yard line of Kansas State. We're going to see a little Jonathan Brooks. Early on, big hit from a Kansas State linebacker. Picks up 2. Yeah, I am a little ahead of you, aren't I? Because I was waiting for your reaction on that. Yeah. He got blown up in the hole. Well, you know what? He got undercut. So it looked like Originally, I didn't see that guy knifing in at the legs. It just looked like he got hit high. He got high load on that. And as it turns out, if you get high load at this level, you go down right away pretty quickly.
Yeah, Jake Clifton. Great play.
2nd and 8 for the Longhorns. They go back to Jonathan Brooks. Big hole.
Yeah,
he
nice
got a
run.
Really favorable spot here. I thought his knee went down about a yard short of the first down. Brooks now hobbling off the field a little bit. But it looks like they gave him the first down, so it's going to be 1st and 10 at about the Kansas State 37. Now they're right back where they were. We'll keep an eye on what that means for Jonathan Brooks, hobbled coming off the field there.
Yeah, and it might be time for Sark to run the best play of the day. Run it again. Run it again. I'm going to say it all. I'm going to say it all day. He's taking a shot instead because he's Sark.
It's that simple.
Forget what I said. Throw. Got to throw. Touchdown.
Shut your whore mouth, Mr. Hastings, and just drink your beer.
Shut your
beer. Shut your whore mouth. Longhorns go up 6-0, pending the PAT. Maalik Murphy going vertical.
Nice play.
Adonai Mitchell in the end zone. That was kind of taking candy from a baby there.
And he's
limping. It was a good throw. It was a great throw, actually. Mitchell doesn't have a ton of separation from the DB, but he's got enough as long as the ball is on the money, and it was. One of the better throws we've seen from Maalik Murphy early on in the first game plus as a starter. Longhorns up 7-0.
Yeah, I think, Catch, you asked about those first 5 throws and kind of what you take from it. The thing I would say about the bad throws we've seen, I don't think they're horrible. They weren't good throws, but nothing horrible about them. You know, he dunked one out to Worthy that hit the ground. He overthrows Worthy, couldn't get quite. That's a tough seam route to ask him to throw. But I really like that throw right there. Mitchell, I mean, it was that wasn't Mitchell having to extend or really go after a ball. And I feel like the balance is a little better for Maalik Murphy throughout the week. It's been mentioned multiple times by folks on Orangebloods Live about instead of a game 1 to game 2 for a team, it's game 1 to game 2 for a player. And I know Chance Mock this week on the Outsider Show said he thought that matters. We've talked about it this week as well. You're seeing it. I think he just looks a little more comfortable. His base feels better to me today, Catch. His feet, sometimes I talk about the eyes needing to calm down and soften up. Feet need to get slower too. His feet seem a little more comfortable today for number 6.
By the way, that's a throw he makes better than Quinn Ewers. You know, he's not a better player than Quinn Ewers yet in his development, but when the change first was made, one of the things that we talked about was he does change, I think, the Texas offense a little bit. The ball he throws there between the hashes, between the numbers, down the field, that's just a better ball than I think we typically see from Quinn Ewers trying to make the same throw. And Quinn just struggles more with that particular vertical throw. If you even go back to like the Alabama game when he hit a couple of those, he's throwing them like those moon balls that really require the receiver to do a lot of work. That was just a fantastic throw from Maalik Murphy. He puts it right on Mitchell, who doesn't have to do anything. And for those of you scoring at home, Adonai Mitchell has already gone over the more on his Prize Picks entry. 40 yards now in the first quarter. That was a 38.5 number.
Damn.
So, and Xavier Worthy already halfway to his receiving yards number as well. The Texas passing game early on against a really good Kansas State defense, kind of doing what it wants in the passing game and not being afraid at all to take a shot downfield. That's the second shot that they've taken kind of in the same territory. You know, he tried to go over the top on the first drive of the game. If I'm not mistaken, both Mitchell and Worthy were in the kind of the same area on that first throw. That clearly is something that they want to attack in this Kansas State defense. Wow. Can the Texas receivers keep getting a step on these Wildcat defensive backs? If they can, clearly we're going to see Texas try to target that down the field.
Speaking of getting a step, catch. Ole Miss just completed an incredible pass down to inside the 10, and they convert a touchdown. Beautiful pass from Dart to Harris, and then Junkins goes in for a touchdown. Ole Miss is going to score first in that game. And catch, scoring first has been big for Texas against K-State. We talked about over 40 runs per game, 84 total, but they've also scored first in each of those games, 21, 22, and now they score first again. That's huge because, catch, you know deep down that this K-State team, it's like the Nebraska teams we used to watch as a kid, in that if you get up on them, they're not designed to come back. They're not designed to chase. So Texas being up early is a big deal.
It's as simple as that. You know, you want to get Kansas. This very quickly in a game between ranked teams becomes an early critical drive for the Wildcats. You know, we're halfway through the first quarter. They're down 7-0. No time to panic. But if you're Kansas State, you don't want to fall down by 2 scores. And if you're Texas, the thing you absolutely want to do is before the end of this first quarter, be up a couple of scores. See if you can get Kansas State offensively playing outside of their comfort zone. Hey, Kansas State, after falling behind 7-0, what do you expect them to do, Chad? They come back out on offense, run the ball on first down, run the ball on second down, and now it's third and 3.
Massive play.
Now, if you're Kansas State, this is where you want to be on third down as opposed to 3rd and 8 on the first drive. Texas really flooding the box here, daring Kansas State to throw the ball on this down. Kansas State will not take that dare. Ooh, they run it and pick up first down. Nice tackle by Jaron Thompson, by the way, but that was a chance to get Kansas State off the field. The Longhorns put 1, 2, 3. They had like 8 guys in the box, and Kansas State just got bodies on bodies, got some good blocking. Kansas State going to throw it on first down on this drive, and he is, I think technically that's going to be a sack.
Man, great job. Burke. Is that Burke?
Ethan Burke, no longer week to week. He's now sack to sack.
We all hope to be week to week. I would hope to be week to week if that's what it looks like. Great job by Ethan Burke, just sweeping the foot there as Howard was trying to go. More good coverage catch for Texas. That felt like a coverage sack again. They are obviously not allowing anything down the field with Brooks and those guys. Great job by the DBs. Sets up another good play by a lineman.
And it now puts Kansas State, they're going to have to run the ball on this play, but they're not. They're going to throw it. They pick up a few yards, but it's going to set them up now. Oof. They pick up like 3 yards on second down.
Big hit. Was that Brooks? No, it was Watts. Is that Watts?
Was that Watts? Okay.
That was a crack of a hit there.
It's now 3rd and 7, so we're almost in an identical place as the initial Kansas State drive where they picked up a first down, got put off on their third down. It's 3rd and 7. This is, again, not where Kansas State wants to be. Great job by Texas early on, getting them in this position. They try to go quarterback run game.
Oh, that is a silly football play.
Well, it's hopelessness.
That's just dumb is what that is. What are you doing?
They don't. This isn't – look, so they run a quarterback power run with Howard. He only gains a yard. Nice tackle by Maurice Blackwell, who's been a new improved presence for this Texas defense, to be able to have him on the field as kind of a nickel linebacker.
Shout out to you and others in the chat this week that talked about Blackwell. When we've talked about some of those guys that could be important in the game, man, Blackwell got mentioned by some chatters this week. Shout out to all y'all for doing it. That was a great play.
Longhorns get the ball, fair catch by Worthy at the 18. There is a flag on the play. We'll see if it's a hold, whether or not this puts Texas back. It looks like the punt's going to stand.
Yeah. By the way, catch, speaking of an offense not designed to come back, 7.5 basically to go in the first quarter in Oxford, and now Jimbo's crew is down 7-0. His offenses never feel like they can chase much. This is an interesting sequence here to see if Ole Miss could get a 2-score lead and really put pressure on the Aggies. They had a quick strike, 2 plays, and in the end zone in a blink.
These 2 games aren't that dissimilar.
Right.
You got 2 teams going on the road whose pathway to victory does not include fall behind by multiple scores. Come roaring back with your dynamic offense.
Yeah, good point. And you got two teams at home that have national aspirations. You have two teams at home that think they can be extra special. They got to prove it today.
By the way, the penalty was on Kansas State. It was an illegal formation penalty. Longhorns accept the penalty. They'll get the 5 yards.
Yeah.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Longhorns at the Texas 23 when we come back from intermission here.
Every once in a while, K-State will try to run a formation catch where they have 4 running backs and 4 tight ends. You can't do that, but they just keep trying it. The officials need to notice that and throw the flag. So I thought that was a good call. You got to do it. You got to throw the flag.
Hey, and there you go. Stop believing that the Big 12 officials are against you, Chad. They called that one.
Hey, sometimes it works. Sometimes against Houston, they lose their mind. Sometimes in a game with OU, they give OU the love against Kansas. They did that last week. Here's what you got to remember, Texas fans. You are carrying the brand. You are Texas. I've said for years, just be Texas, right? Be Texas. Sometimes the officials get freaked out by that too, and they just think to themselves, well, they are Texas, so maybe they'll just get the call. Maybe they'll just get the love. But the biggest thing they could do, Catch, is just win the football game. Go up 2 scores, and it doesn't matter. The start has been great. Now let's see, are they still going to establish that run game? That last drive was a run to pass. Are they going to stay in that mode? I wonder if Jonathan Brooks hadn't gotten banged up on that play. Does Sark still take the shot? And to that point, Catch, we need to watch for 24 and 5 moving forward because Jonathan Brooks limped off the field and Adonai Mitchell limped off the field after the touchdown. So let's just keep an eye on, are they back in the game for this next offensive drive?
It's not a perfect start for the Texas defense because a perfect start probably has a turnover involved, right? That's a perfect start. How'd your defense start? Well, they picked 6 first play of the game. That's perfect.
Right. Over on 3rd down would have been it. They've only allowed 1 though, right? One third down conversion.
It wasn't perfect, but it's pretty close to perfect. You didn't get 2 3 and outs, but it was like 2 5 and outs. You allowed a first down, and then you stop them after that. You get a couple of sacks. Longhorns already 2 quarterback sacks on the first 2 drives of the game. By the way, they're back. It looks like they're going to have Kansas State punt this ball again as opposed to taking it. They're wanting to give Xavier Worthy a chance to get a return here. I don't know if this is going to work out for Texas.
What was the yard
line? It wasn't a great punt on the first punt.
I was going to say, where would it have been?
At the 23-yard line.
Oh, geez.
And now they're going to take over inside their own 10-yard line.
Yeah, see, now, in this day and age, Catch, with the way punters can do it, like to give him a second shot to throw that lawn dart, like I wouldn't do it. I'm with our man Blake, the super producer, said he thought it was a bad decision. I think a lot of people are going to say that too.
Well, I just said it was a bad decision,
right? Yeah, you
and I said it before it unfolded. I was like, I don't know that you.
Yeah, you said it, and Blake threw it in, and the chatter threw it in. Our man Tom G threw it in right as it was happening too. Man, it's just that doesn't feel right.
Well,
now
Brooks
you're backed up.
Back on the field, so Longhorn fans can take a deep sigh of relief that their All-America running back. Well, he's not All-America yet, but he's on the path to that. Now they're backed up on their own 7-yard line. We'll see what they do here. I got to say, I think would have thought throwing the ball. I guess you got to stick with the run. You got to pound them a little bit. You don't pick up a lot there, but 2nd and 7 is better than 2nd and 10 in the event.
I feel like Brooks got up feeling something there, Catch. He may have come right off the field after first down.
Well, that's not good, Chad.
It's not. If I saw it right, I hope I saw it wrong. But he got up. Yeah, he did come. He came off right after first down, and he's now going to his knees on the sideline.
Well, they're throwing it on 2nd down, and Xavier Worthy.
Oh,
Xavier!
Goodness. Wow. Bobbled it, caught it, and still got past the first down marker. Catch, that is a freaky, awkward play from Xavier Worthy.
He just, by any means necessary, right? But
yeah,
boy, Xavier's struggling to catch the ball from Malik Murphy. Sometimes in the first couple of games, it's almost looked like these 2 guys haven't practiced a lot. Maybe that's the reminder that even a couple of weeks of practice isn't often enough. Boy, they're taking another shot.
Taking a shot.
And it's wide open, and it's caught.
Oh,
and look,
wow.
That should have been 6.
Mitchell.
A little bit better throw, and we're talking about an 80-yard touchdown on that play. As it is, Mitchell got behind the secondary. He leans forward, makes a great catch.
Oh, my God, what a catch.
That's a great catch.
Catch in my mind, I'm going to make that. God, I can think of 3 or 4 he's done like that. Think of the deep ball he got for Ewers at Bama. Think of those catches he made for Ewers. I can't remember which game it was at home. This guy's making big catches for his quarterback on tough moments.
Right now, Mitchell and Murphy have seemingly a better rapport than Murphy and Xavier Worthy. And look, Mitchell, who a lot of people are rejecting to be a first, second round pick, I don't know that I've thought Adonai Mitchell's had that kind of a season where I'm like, oh, yeah, no, first round pick. So far today, 3 catches, 96 yards, a touchdown. It could have been 2. Maalik Murphy already up to 133 yards passing in the first quarter.
Man, big statement.
Bam.
They're going
for it again. This time, look who's – hey, kids.
Hey.
Who's that? I remember there being a guy – who used to play wide receiver for the Longhorns at ward number 13. Oh, man. Yeah, Jordan Whittington. He still plays for the Longhorns, Chad.
It is Old Timers Day at the ballpark. Well done, Jordan Whittington. That's great. That's a great play. Good throw by Murphy.
By the way, this is – get a little C.J. Baxter run here and picking up 6 on first down, setting up second and very manageable.
Yeah.
This is – as good of a Maalik Murphy from a first quarter standpoint, he's 7 of 9 for $152 so far in this game. If you're wondering from a quarterback efficiency standpoint, that's 256.3. We're watching Maalik Murphy early in this game.
Oh, false start.
Oh boy, here we go. Come on, kids.
Is that Campbell?
Can't be false starting it out here. Cam Williams, the guilty party, your new right tackle with Christian Jones out of the game.
God, I hate those. Hate the false start at 1st and 10, don't you? That's the worst kind of false start.
Well, it was 2nd and 4. Now it's 2nd and 9.
I thought it was first down. My bad.
No, because they ran Baxter after the big catch.
Oh, you're right.
Or after the
You're right. Yeah, and it's about you're right.
Now that time, Maalik Murphy, I think, was trying to get the ball out quickly. Mechanics were off a little bit.
Yeah, catch if they run that as a slant. Worthy's wide open. I mean, there was nothing in the middle of the end zone there.
Well, now it sets up what we've so far. It's a story of this game for both of these teams on offense. 3rd and manageable. It's manageable. 3rd and long, like we're about to see here at 3rd and 9. And, it's going to take – this is where Kansas State wants Texas to be. Maalik Murphy goes over the seam. Oh, should have been intercepted.
Oh, good grief. All right. Say it with me, Longhorn fans. Kick the field goal.
Look, it's 4th and 9. I think this is an easy one, Chad. He's going to take the points.
Yeah, he's had some easier ones against K-State, and like I've told y'all all week long, in his 2 wins against K-State, there are no over on downs. There are no weird, goal line moments for Sark. He takes the points, he takes the field goals, and he's going to try to do it again. Here's Bert Auburn's first attempt of the day.
Hey, the best way, Chad, to get more field goal attempts is to make the ones you're given. Bert Auburn good from 32 yards. Longhorns up 10-0. With a $1.06 left to go in the first quarter. Not a perfect first quarter for these Longhorns, but I give them an A so far with a minute to go in the first quarter. Defense doesn't really give Kansas State anything. And offensively, Texas has been very aggressive. And Maalik Murphy, although he should have been intercepted on 3rd down, and that was just a young quarterback throw. That was – bad decision, bad throw, got a little lucky. Hey, you'll take it. I've heard Steve Sarkisian say you like to learn a lesson in a win instead of a loss. Well, you'd like to learn a lesson on a ball that should have been intercepted as opposed to was intercepted.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. And if you go back and look at it, it was going to be a tough interception to make. He didn't put it right in the breadbasket. That guy was going to have to stretch and make a play. That's a linebacker or safety that was right in the middle of the field. It was a tough play to make. He didn't make it. Texas up 10-0. That is big. By the way, it's still 7-0 Ole Miss. 4 minutes to go first quarter. Aggie offense has not been able to drive much on Ole Miss, although A&M just gets Ole Miss off the field. So they're about to get the ball back in that one. And K-State catch looks like we may be about to see Mr. Avery Johnson and the flowing locks come out on the field.
It's a big drop if you're Kansas State because now it's a 2-score game. If you're going to pull upsets on the road,
yep.
And when I say upset, like Texas is clearly better than Kansas State. Kansas State really needs some things to go right for them. It reminds me of when Jaron Thompson drops the interception in the end zone against Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't be given gifts and then turn them down. Now you're down 2 scores. You're making a quarterback change. This isn't a total shock for Kansas State, but they're trying to find something here. We're probably with less than a minute now. Kansas State doesn't get much on first down there. They gain maybe a yard or two, officially a yard. This is now suddenly a pretty critical moment in the game for Kansas State because if you don't get something on offense, you're flirting with Texas really separating from you in this game. And Kansas State, I don't know how equipped they are to coming back. They run it again on second down, and they barely get back to the line of scrimmage.
Good play.
Right now, Texas is outclassing Kansas State in
and also
way that Kansas State can be outclassed.
Last 2 plays catch, good tackles by Texas DBs. Derek Williams on the first down play, and that was Thompson flying in to help make that
Trill
tackle.
Carter in on the third defensive series of the drive and getting in on that play. Who the hell saw that coming?
There we go. Trill Carter. Ladies and
gentlemen.
He was at Minnesota, correct?
First time all season you've had to ask me where Trill Carter is from.
Minnesota. I think that means if we need some intel on him, we could ask Connor Stallions. He's looking for work today. Just saying. He probably has some tape he can show us.
He does have, I think, a good advanced scouting report on Trill Carter.
Don't worry. Harbaugh didn't know. How could the head coach at Michigan know something like that was going on? Silly.
Let's get some first quarter stats here, Blake. First quarter's over. What first quarter for the Longhorns. Maalik Murphy finishes the first quarter with a 209.7 quarterback rating. That'll do. Texas doesn't really get much on the ground. They only rush for 21 yards in that first quarter, 3.5 yards per carry. And it really didn't matter because Texas being uber aggressive with Maalik Murphy, the story of the game so far to me is how good Maalik Murphy has been throwing the ball down the field with all respect, to the throw that probably should have been intercepted. His last throw wasn't good, but the totality, he's been borderline sensational so far in this game. Kansas State, 8 yards passing in the first quarter, 16 yards rushing if you include sacks. So they're averaging 1.6 yards per carry on the ground. If you take the sacks away and just look at what they've done running the ball with their running backs, 7 carries for 25 yards, less than 4 yards per carry. I mean, I don't want to say that's a perfect start to the game for Texas, but it's not far from it. I mean, that really is almost as perfect of a first quarter. And you know what? He's right. I'm putting this up there. The Stallions comment was hilarious. I don't know that I'm going to go so far as to say you're awesome, Chad. I'm not going to co-sign that automatically, but the comment was hilarious. Daniel says Murphy's looking like the real deal today. Yes, he is, Daniel. He's looking very good today. Again, he's a different type of thrower of the football than Quinn. Much more confident throwing the ball down the field than Ewers. I mean, that's always, I think, been obvious. Like he is comfortable throwing that vertical ball. And so far today, I think he's thrown 5 of them. Like, they've been very aggressive in attacking this Kansas State defense early on. Here's a little bit of a controversial comment. There was never a quarterback controversy.
Wow.
He is better than Quinn, in my opinion. All right, well, hey,
Gary,
let's get through 4 quarters. And if Jerry, if he's still sitting at a 209 quarterback rating, there will be some conversation, I think, after this game.
Yeah.
If Texas beats Kansas State and Maalik Murphy is really, really good, you won't be alone, I think, in sharing that comment. Kansas State 3rd and 9 to open up the second quarter. They're going to get a penalty. God, Kansas State not playing all that well to start the game on offense. They aren't blocking, they aren't running, they aren't throwing, and they're not stopping themselves from putting themselves in an even worse position with penalties. Now going to be 3rd and 14. That ain't good.
No, and they're taking they're going back to Johnson here to start the second quarter, taking the Big 12 champion quarterback off the field in Howard, going with Johnson here. Yep, one of the offensive linemen jumped. By the way, Catch, they're about to go to the end of the first quarter in Oxford. 1 of 7 combined between the two teams on 3rd down in Oxford. And Ole Miss has not converted a 3rd down yet, but they're up 7-0 on the Aggies as they're about to go to the end of the first quarter.
Kansas State just gave up on 3rd down.
Mm-hmm.
They are 3rd and long is such a bad down and distance for them.
It's
that they just gave up on that play.
Yep, that's twice now. Let's count those because that's 2 where they've just given up and run a dumb play on 3rd and long because they know they can't get it.
They would rather run a little end around with a wide receiver and give up than to put themselves in greater risk. By the way, Xavier Worthy catching every punt coming his way today. Can't get mad about that today.
Run up in a crowd, catch the ball at about the 36-yard line instead of letting it bounce. Fox is doing the in-game interview with Chris Kleiman. I'm sure we'll gain a lot out of this.
I don't even need to hear him. We need to start committing penalties. We got to tackle. We can't give up long passes. We need to play better. There we go.
I'm done with the in-game interviews. Are you done with them yet, Catch? Am I an old man on that? I just don't care.
I'm not a big in-game interview guy.
Yeah, we need to
stop doing it. Longhorns coming back out. Who is that in the back there? Well, Keelan Robinson on the first drive, the first play of this next drive. Longhorns can put a nail in Kansas State's coffin with 7 points here. I won't go so far as to say the game would be over because we did live through the Houston game a few weeks ago. But Kansas State's not equipped to fall behind by 3 scores on the road.
Yeah, well, the main reason you don't need to talk about games being over, Catch, for a while is this Texas defense has let you down multiple times when you do it. So we got to see if they stand up. But I get the feeling. We'll see if the defense can match. But I like that first play with all the running backs in there. I think that was Red, Robinson, and Baxter that were in all at the same time on that play. Keelan Robinson with a nice run. And see, then you follow it with a false start. You get a 2nd and 2.
Yeah, Cam Williams' second false start in the first 16 minutes of this game.
Yeah, cute
New
formations
starter at right tackle.
The cute formations are awesome, but you got to hold things. You got to hold it all till the snap, and that's an offensive lineman not being able to hold until they got that motion finished.
Oh my goodness, another penalty. This is what Chris Kleiman said in the mid-game interview. We need the Big 12 officials to just start throwing flags, that time on Jake Majors. They got him with an illegal snap.
Yeah, see, now I know why the Longhorn fans are worried because now I see who the white hat is. I didn't know his name, but he's a member of the tricep crew, and I see it now. I know those triceps. I know why Texas fans are worried.
You know those triceps anywhere. That's Texas's 5th penalty. They're on pace for about 20 in this game.
Who was that?
Nice completion. Nice catch, Xavier Worthy. That's the best hands catch that I think Xavier Worthy has made since Maalik Murphy took over at quarterback. The ball was a little high. That was a week ago. He drops that ball. This time he catches. It's going to set up 3rd and 5.
Kind of looks like that one. Kind of looks like that one Sanders made a couple games ago, where he just held the ball out and kept gripping it with the hands there, hands only. That was a good catch.
It's 3rd and 5. Malik. It's going to be short of the first down. It's a good read. That if you're a receiver, was it Jordan Whittington that caught that ball?
It was.
If it's 3rd and 5, you can't set up that short of the first down. Yeah. Now, what does Steve Sarkisian do? You're up. Can I say they're going to go for it because it's 4th and 1 and it's all gas, no break. Steve Sarkisian, and they're close to midfield. I would punt the ball here.
Yep, I would too.
I would punt the ball here because you can. I don't like this at all, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, which means they're going to probably.
Oh, and it's CJ Baxter for a touchdown. Shut the hell up, Chad. Sometimes on 4th and 1, you run the ball with your true freshman. By the way, he just went over his number on Prize Picks. You'd be amazed at how quickly you can go over your number in Prize Picks when you run for like a 52-yard touchdown. The Longhorns lined up like they were going to run the tush push. Instead, they pitched it out for an option.
Great
and
play.
It's a 2-on-3 situation. The 2 blockers picked up their blocks, and it left Cedric Baxter in a 1-on-1 situation. He makes the defender miss, and there was nobody. I mean, nobody in a place to keep him from the end zone once he made that first man miss. That's actually a sensational play call and a sensational execution of the play call by the Texas offense in that situation. I'm reminded of a week ago watching the Philadelphia Eagles play, Chad, where they got into the tush push and they ran a little end around against Washington. And they scored a touchdown on it. And the thought process was, well, why did you do that there? Like, why would you show that on film to an opponent when you could save that for a bigger moment? That's what I'm thinking back to that game, because that's the kind of moment, if you're Texas, show tush push, but run the option out of that. Kansas State didn't see that coming a mile away, and this game might be over, Chad. I'm not saying it is, because I got myself in trouble 21-0 in the Houston game a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, we need to see if the defense can step up. But I agree with you on that call. I thought of the Eagles play as well. So, yeah, set up in that formation. I guess we can call it the Malik mash with Texas, but run something off of it. That's what I mean when I say Sark needs to be cuter, not less cute. That's a cute play. But, again, his cute can kick people's ass. Show them the power. Bring it around the outside. Let your stud young running back take off. And he was clear and free. That's the kind of play call I'm talking about. And if I'm a Texas fan, I can live with that. Be Sark. You can walk off. If that didn't work, you go, all right, well, that's Sark. That's still Sark, right?
Yeah.
That's what he needs to do. That's him leaning in to his DNA. Love that play call. And yeah, giving different and catch. I'll always argue the other side of it. Why do you want to put it on film for them? So they have to study the film. So they have to study more film. So they have more things in their head, because assuming that they're not Michigan and they're out getting their intel illegally, week after week with sunglasses that record, you want to put mess in their head. And now Texas puts a little extra mess in Sonny Dykes' head, puts the mess in McGuire's head about, oh my God, did y'all see that? Because you could bring that in, catch. If Quinn Ewers comes back and is your quarterback, you could run Malik Murphy and that's set out there. And then you could run the push, or you could continue to run, the end around stuff. That's always been my theory of it. Put as much on film as you can. I don't want to hear we want to hide it from them. No.
Well, the whole thing is like that situation mattered, right? The game in the Eagles game a week ago, in theory, was all but over. Yeah, what they just did, that's the situation where you run something like that, because you can make a case that just ended the ball game. I mean, it might not. Maybe Kansas State wakes up on offense. But if you told me earlier in the week that Texas would be up 17-0 with 11:34 to go in the second quarter, that's ball game for me. And
it feels like you're headed towards a boat race at that point.
It does feel like you're headed to a boat race at this point. And no, I don't feel good about essentially, what was the line for the game? What was Texas? 4?
Four, right?
I had a 24-20 game, which is in retrospect kind of a cop out because you're not.
It went to 3.5 by Kit Kat, so you still would have had a cover.
There you go. I'm brilliant. I had Texas in a cover.
You are brilliant. It went to 3.5. I'm not
I don't feel brilliant right now and only predicting that they're going to score 24 points in this game.
I'm not saying a word until this defense shows its spine here. I'm not saying a word. I'm not saying anything's over or done. Texas defense needs to step up, keep their intensity. We have said these exact same things in the Houston game and in other games, and the Texas defense lets down. Let's see what they do here. 17-7 is going to feel a whole lot different if K-State goes stomp, stomp, stomp right down the field on this defense. They didn't get much on first down.
They didn't call They got to call pass interference on that, I would assume. No?
Ooh.
Okay. Well, Texas catches a break there. By the way, Maurice Blackwell again flashing. He's going to set up 3rd and 8. Kansas State very quickly back in the down and distance they don't want to be in. They desperately, and by the way, they probably should have got, you know what? Maurice Blackwell was held, and they didn't call that. So, and ultimately, I don't know. The guys are just tripping all over the place. I know this. It's 3rd and 9, and Kansas State needs a failed third down play here, like they need a hole in their head. And they're not going to get it. Quarterback run leaves them short of the down marker. They're back in a position where they have to punt.
Damn. Tavondre Sweat
Howard, 2 of 4 for 8 yards.
Tavondre Sweat just threw like a running shoulder block at Will Howard. That's not going to feel good later. He's kind of limping off the field, man. That had to hurt. One Longhorn got him low and was actually making the tackle, but then Tavondre Sweat just added a little shiver at the end. That could not have felt good. Texas gets him off the field, assuming there's no fake or anything here. That's what I'm talking about with the Texas defense. Step up, make an attitude play. Now this Texas crowd, assuming they are going to get the ball back here, now this Texas crowd has a chance to really lean into this game.
Dare I say that this is the performance that Sark's been talking about? We haven't seen an A game from his team. What would it look like if we get one before the season is over? It's early. There's a lot of game clock. There's 40 minutes left to play in this game. Literally, they stop. They're going to come back with 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. But for the first 20 minutes of this game, this is what an A performance for the Longhorns look like. This isn't just them beating a good Kansas State team. Mm-hmm. They're dominating a good Kansas State team. Yeah. And if they keep this up, this will officially be their best performance of the season. This has been the only thing we haven't seen yet is a big play on special teams. But offensively and defensively, they're flat out kicking Kansas State's ass. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. This is an early ass kicking at the absolute moment that this team needs to have an ass kicking. If they can keep this up, we'll get the playoff committee and their updated rankings this week, and Texas will get a lot of love for a pummeling of Kansas State. I promise you that committee has respect for the defending Big 12 champions, and slapping the taste out of their mouth today. By the way, speaking of getting the taste slapped out of your mouth, Ole Miss 14-0 on A&M.
Yeah.
This is, I don't want to say it's like a wet dream for the Longhorn fans watching the games right now, but a combined 31-0 score for Texas and Ole Miss versus Kansas State and Texas A&M. That'll excite a lot of Texas fans, and consequently, it's kind of a worst case scenario for the Aggies. You're down 14-0. And oh, by the way, your family across the state is doing this in front of a national audience, 17-0. Texas fans, let me, I haven't looked because I wanted to peek over at Orangebloods real quick. What are we getting in the chat right now? We're getting a lot of happiness. By the way, we're also getting a Hey City is awesome. Just a random Hey City is awesome.
There
Can't
it
just
is.
do that. Maybe I'm behind on that. That's what it is. I must be behind on the chat. I don't know how that happened. By the way, hey, Tom G. Hey, Tom. He's, for the love of God, please stop with the game is over or almost over or should be over talk during these. Texas stops needing to go up by 17 or 21 points. If you want me to stop saying commentary on the game, they need to stop going up by 3 touchdowns. That's it. What? If they're going to go up early in the game, 17, 21, 24, I'm anticipating, Chad, what might be the next touchdown. Then I'll stop. But you got to forgive me when they're up huge, and I know 17-0 may not feel huge. Against this Kansas State offense, it is huge. No, nice. By the way, Jonathan Brick's back in the game for the Longhorns. They're already back near midfield. Really nice job of blocking here. Nice move by Jonathan Brooks. Yeah, he got into a one-on-one situation with a linebacker and said, you know what? I'm just not going to go in your gap. And he just jumped around a lineman and went in the A gap instead of the B gap. And he's at 21 yards rushing. He will get more attempts. Here go the Longhorns running a reverse to Xavier Worthy. He's going to pick up 16. Longhorns now across midfield. It is all gas, no brakes right now. And Tom, dare I say, if the Longhorns score a touchdown on this drive, Tom G, I give you permission to say that the game is over.
Yeah. If I'm a Texas fan right now, I don't want to hear about the game being over because I want to enjoy this. Like, don't tell me Thanksgiving dinner is over. I want to enjoy it in the middle of it.
That's not the same thing as saying that Thanksgiving dinner is over.
I understand. No, I'm just messing with you.
Hey, kids, Jonte Cook just caught a pass.
Wow.
The apocalypse is upon us.
Wait, hold. What? I'll have to have a sip for that. I didn't know. Wow. Shout out to DeSoto.
Look there.
Shout out to all the DeSoto fans that may be checking us out today.
It's all going crazy now. We got Jonte, cats and dogs getting along together. Here's Maalik Murphy taking another shot down the field, and that one's intercepted.
Maalik Murphy.
This game is not over.
Yeah, I
don't even know what he just did there.
Ill-advised throw.
The receiver definitely slipped on that. I saw.
Yeah, somebody had to fall.
Yeah, it was Cook who slipped over the middle.
Somebody had to fall. Maalik Murphy upset with himself there. He was feeling that rhythm. He was feeling that. And let's see who it is. Yeah, somebody had. Yep, Jonte Cook. When he lets it go catch as Jonte Cook is falling. And at that point, there's about nothing that can be done.
Oh, the bad thing about that is like Jonte Cook won't play again the rest of the season.
No, Jonte Cook's done. Unfortunately, they will blame that on him, or as Ben has done, Ben is blaming it on you. Damn it, it's Catch's fault, says Tom.
Why don't I get credit for the good plays? Now it's my fault that a guy fell down?
Because they don't give the GOATs credit, Catch. Do they give Nick Saban credit for wins anymore? No, because he's Nick Saban. They only talk about him when he messes it up.
Look, I'm okay, Tom. If you are going to call me a jinx, I can live with that. But you have to call me a sorcerer. You have to type out Jeff Ketchum is a sorcerer, at which point I will accept blame. But I've always wanted to be a sorcerer or a magician of sorts, like real superpowers. So, hey, Anthony, if you want me to leave and just let the Aggie take over on the watch along.
Oh, Lord. See what y'all did? You see what y'all did?
Look, I had a long night last night. I didn't even get back home until after 1 a.m.
Here we go.
I'll go to bed. I will go to bed, kids. I will turn this car around. I'll turn this car around and we'll go home.
Damn. Kids not appreciating.
My mom say that to me, but that's like it's like something from the TV and the movies.
Kids not appreciating what dad does for them. That's the thing, Catch. They don't appreciate dad's buying the meals, dad's buying concert tickets, dad's buying gas, gas money, dad's paying for the mortgage. They don't appreciate it.
This game ends like 44-10. They're not going to be like Catch the Sorcerer made that happen.
Right.
You either call me a damn sorcerer or I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, and plus up 17-0, dude slipped an interception like that. You could use the old "it's good as a punt," right?
Blake,
you could have that.
I actually would be okay with this if you could make that happen.
Take the strap down.
Let me know though when it happens in advance, so Chad can do his best JR as it's happening. What does the JR call sound like if Jerry the King Lawler shows up and sumo plexes me?
Hey, quick score update before we get back to action. Clemson up 17-6 on Notre Dame.
Oh, how about that?
Klubnik says all I needed was to get Will Shipley the hell off the field. Let me cook.
Stepping up. Speaking of stepping up, great first play for Texas on the next drive. Jalen Ford with a good tackle to stop a K-State run. All the defense has to do here, Catch, step up with a little 3 and out or something and out. Take all that momentum away. It's all they got to do.
I feel a little bit like Jack Nicholson and A Few Good Men. Malik Murphy throws an interception. You need me on this watch along because you need to be able to blame me instead of like actual Texas football players for mistakes.
Hell yeah. No doubt about it.
By the way, am I jinxing the defense? No.
Defense looking great
on the next play.
Vernon Broughton.
Here, hold on. I'm going to try to summon up some jinx powers. Kansas State going to score a touchdown on this play.
There you go. Hey, you and I did it really well early. I said they should run. They do a touchdown. You were talking about the 4th down play, and I was just about to say, Catch, this means they're about to run for a touchdown.
Here comes the touchdown from Kansas State. It's coming.
3rd and 12 here.
It's coming on 3rd and 12.
Nice play. Texas breakup. In fact, Malik Muhammad's upset. No, sorry, it's Watts. Watts is upset. He didn't have the pick there.
There it was, my jinx powers again. Yeah. I predicted a touchdown. It ends up being an incomplete pass.
Jamari
should have been an interception. Is it my fault that he didn't catch it? I did everything I could. I jinxed Kansas State in the process. Give me some love, people.
This says Catch must have the Alabama shirt on underneath with a little laughing emoji. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's – we can see that he only has one shirt on today. I mean, come on.
By the way, Xavier Worthy picks up the bouncing ball. Bounce, 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 bounce.
Yeah.
Returns
by the way, Catch.
50.
Yeah. Catch, I appreciate you saying it earlier so I didn't have to. 10 minutes ago, second quarter, Ole Miss is driving up 14-0. They are laying it on the Aggies. 225 to 59 total yards, 12 first downs to 3 right now. And I'm going to say this throughout the day. I wish I was wrong, but apparently I was not. Because Ole Miss is hanging it on the Aggies right now.
By the way,
Longhorn fans, enjoy it. Longhorn fans, soak this up.
That was a 33-yard return by Xavier Worthy. Sets up 1st and 10 at the KSU 41-yard line. Longhorns running the ball on 1st down. And look out, Jonathan Brooks.
Look at that run.
We got our first Jay Brooks highlight run of the day. Looks like he picked up almost 21 yards on that carry. Now 1st and 10 at the 20. Great seal block by Adonai Mitchell, by the way. We have at times complained about his effort as a blocker this season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that was a play where he helped seal what turned out to be a 21-yard run. Longhorns running it again on 2nd down. 5:25 left to go in the second quarter. Longhorns knocking on the door of putting more points on the scoreboard. Fox is putting up big plays in the game graphic. You've got a 24-yard reception by Worthy, a 37-yard touchdown by Mitchell, a 47-yard reception by Mitchell, and the 54-yard touchdown run by C.J. Baxter. It is at the risk of jinxing this Longhorn team, and that probably should have been 7 if Jonathan Brooks can just make one guy tackled him at his feet. If he could have evaded that tackle, he walks into the end zone.
Yeah. By the way, too broke to pay attention. You may be right. I hope you're not that right, but good Lord. Said Ole Miss by 40 on Thursday. Yeah.
Well, that's not nice. Let's not.
I didn't go that far, but I had a bad feeling, and so far my bad feeling was unfortunately right. Paul, $4.99 super chat. Catch, you either die the hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Well done.
I feel like I've been the villain. Okay, Chad, you're up 17-0. They stopped Brooks short of a first down. It's going to be 4th and a long 2. Is it all gas, no brakes here, or are you taking the points?
Honestly, I really don't know if you can make a bad decision here. Your defense is playing well. You're Sark. If you want to get aggressive, get aggressive. I don't have a problem with this. They're bringing Savion Red in. That's fine. I'd also be okay with the field goal, but I don't think there's a have to here based on the way this game's playing out. What do you think?
I'm okay with going for it here.
Yeah.
Last time, of course, I wanted them to kick the field goal early on. It's Red in the backfield. Oh, now, well, that's not good.
Uh-oh. We'll see. You're a little ahead of me, so I'll see what the not good, Lord. Drop a snap and then barely cover it on the
I will say, I hate the Savion Red component of that.
Yeah, I was going to that's the only thing I was going to bring up, Catch. Back to OU, back to some other things. It's not the call. It's what you call. The decision is one thing, but be a badass. Send your badass players in and run a badass Sark kind of play. It just feels desperate when you do it that way.
Well, hopefully, honest to God, because I've been talking. I hate the idea that if you need 2 yards, you're going to Savion Red instead of the guy who may be first-team All-America at running back.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't like a Johnny-come-lately, I'm saying this because that play just failed. I've been talking about this for weeks now. I don't like taking your best player off in the name of getting your 4th or 5th best running back on the field.
Yeah.
That is a package that has served its purpose.
Yeah.
And now it needs to go away.
Why not do it with Jonathan Brooks?
By the way, the Aggies just scored a touchdown.
Wow. Block the field goal and run it back? Are you kidding me?
You're back in the game, Chad. You're back in the game. There's an Ole Miss kid shot. They just showed the Ole Miss kid shot.
Unbelievable. It was about to be 17-0. Ole Miss completely controlling the game. I did enjoy the Ole Miss kid shocked. That was great. Holy hell. That is unbelievable. Aggie offense has done nothing. Aggie defense has done a little, but not much. And now the Aggie special teams gets a touchdown on a blocked field goal.
Yeah, and guys, in Notre Dame, Clemson, Notre Dame throws a pick 6, and Clemson takes a 24-6 lead in that.
Okay, go ahead, Tigers.
Maybe don't mess with Dabo,
Tyler. Huh?
Yeah.
Tyler.
What do you think about that, Tyler?
Tyler sounds like a good defense. Tyler.
Do you think Tyler's enjoying this right now, or do you think secretly he wanted it to go the other way so that his friends would stop making fun of him?
I think Tyler's dancing at a watch party right now going, I did this. I pumped him up. I got him focused. I think that's what he's doing. Catch, every once in a while, there's a turnover in a game that changes the way the game appears. If no one's watching this game in Oxford, 14-7 sounds like it's a game. Ole Miss is wearing the Aggies out, but one play sometimes can switch things, so we'll see. 14-7, Ole Miss in that game right now. They've got 8 minutes to go, second quarter. Long way to go. Now that's a one-score. I was just about to say, Catch, both home teams are up 17-0 and in total control, but that's obviously not what happens in that one. Let's see how Texas defense responds here. They responded really well the last time off the pick.
That could have been a pick. Texas had a guy in a position to take advantage of a Kansas State drop there.
Yeah.
Second and 10. There's 3:34 to go in the second quarter. Texas is up 17-0, but you don't get it on fourth down. The offense has had an opportunity to truly end this game.
Yep.
Truly.
2 drives. Yep.
I mean, and I don't dislike going for it on fourth down. It's not about Texas could be up 20-0 instead of 17-0, but Texas has been knocking on the door of making this a 24-0 or even a 31-0 game. The thing is, Texas defense does not look like they're in the mood to give up shit today, let alone like 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, and that's why I said, Catch, I had no problem with whatever they decided to do on fourth. You either pin them back down here and your defense is playing badass, or you just kick a field goal and go up 20-0. T'Vondre Sweat having a day. 93 is enjoying himself today. Another great play by him. And once again, Catch, back to 3rd and 11. I'm expecting a draw and a give up here from K-State.
Or you risk trying to throw the ball down the field and taking your chances. Instead, they're trying to throw it. And, in the end, it ends up being a throwaway to save Will Howard, just saving himself from what would have been a big loss. Great play by the Texas defense. I don't know that we can give the Texas offense an A for the totality of the first half so far, but you can give the defense an A+.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the defense looks great. By the way, nice job by Byron Murphy there. He got kind of knocked down as he did it, but he is the one that kind of flushed the play. Sweat's there as well. He and Sorrell get a little orchestrated handshake and dance at the end. They deserved every bit of that one. 17-0, and K-State's about to have to punt back to Texas. Worthy with a chance to turn field position here. Let's see what he does. Whoa, that's interfering with the kick, didn't it? Yep.
Yeah, we're at a point now where Kansas State does not want Xavier Worthy touching the ball. I can imagine
they just crush him.
After the last 33-yard run by Worthy, they were told, do not let that ever happen again. And so that time the guy was like, well, look, I got a penalty. Yes, I did. Yes. Yeah. Did I give up 15 yards? Yes. Is that better than allowing him to go 33 yards? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. So the Kansas State guy's getting an ass chewing on the sideline right now. But his retort could be, well, every time he's returned it, he's got more than 15 yards. So when you could make a case for Kansas State, although Worthy called for a fair catch.
Yeah.
But you can make a case that's about as good of a play as Kansas State has had today.
Yeah, that's sad, but you're right. Yeah. That is true. So they're going to get that interference is a 15-yard penalty. Is that right?
I believe so. Yeah. Texas is going to have the ball 1st and 10 at the KSU 47.
Look at that stat they just put up. 22 plays in Kansas State territory for Texas, none for Kansas State across the field.
All right, look, there's 2:34 to go in the second quarter.
Taking a shot.
They're taking the shot. It's there.
No.
Just a ball underthrown. That should have been 6.
Yeah, I had to come back to it. He just needed to lay that out there a little bit. And Xavier
that
Worthy.
Was the most Quinn Ewers looking moment of the game so far.
I was just thinking the same thing. I was just thinking that looks like a ball that 3 and 1 would try to do.
It also was pass interference. Great job by the defender to get away with it, but
that's PI.
He got there early. He's grabbing at his arms.
Grab the jersey a little bit. Like, we really not calling that, Big 12 officials? Okay.
And Big 12 officials are like, yep, we're really not calling that.
Yep. Whittington, a loss of yardage. Maybe he got back to the line of scrimmage there. 3rd and 10 coming up.
3rd and 10.
Yeah.
By the way, I can just hear people in the chat right now. Catch, this is all your fault.
3rd downs. Did I see that right? 1 3rd down conversion in the game. Texas hasn't converted one, and K-State's only got 1.
The teams are combined 1 of 11. By the way, 3rd and 10, not exactly the situation you want to be in to try to achieve your first 3rd down completion of the day.
Oh, goodness. That should have been a pick. That should have been an interception. At first, I thought, Catch, that Whittington was right in position to make this catch, but I think Malik threw it right to Siegel, number 21 for K-State, and he just dropped it. Let's see where this is.
I think Whittington may sit. No, he throws it behind him. It's just not a good throw.
Yeah. Oh, my God, you got to make that catch. That's 2 now. I mean, the one in the end zone was a little tough, but catch, like you said earlier, you're on the road here. You're K-State. You're the gritty team. You got to make a play. Uh-oh, here's a play. I'll shut up. Damn.
Not my fault.
No, block punt for K-State. Block punt. They just laid right on Sanborn's foot. Horrible blocking for Texas on that one. Somebody.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
that's
he blocked that punt so easily, he almost ran by Sanborn.
Yeah, you're right. He had to stop himself. Oh my goodness. That is obviously the absolute last thing you're looking for. Now, they didn't run it back or anything, but still just a bad.
Well, now look, if you're Kansas State, here's an interesting thing. I was going to bring this up. By the way, this will officially be Kansas State's first play in Texas territory.
Yeah.
Kansas State now has a chance to do something if they can. Nice, and it's not a given at this point.
Play. Who is
but
that?
They do get the ball to start the third quarter.
Good play by Watts.
So this is an opportunity if you're Kansas State. You need 6, but you'll take 3 here. But you got to come out if you're Kansas State. If you only come away with 3, they're going to take a shot down the field.
Nice catch. Nice catch. Whew. Yeah.
Down the field. Now Kansas State inside the Texas 15-yard line. He gets a foot. He gets 2 feet down. He runs out of bounds at the 10. We'll see if they'll officially mark this as 1st and goal or if it'll be it's 1st and 10. It looks like they marked him out at the 11, so they can still pick up a first down at the 1-yard line. $1:07 left to go in the half. Longhorns defense now needs someone to step up and make a play.
Ooh, Will Howard
Kansas State runs the quarterback draw. Nice tackle by Jalen Ford. Grabbed him by the foot and held on for dear life until the cavalry could arrive, and they did. It ends up setting up a 5-yard gain, 2nd and 5. Kansas State calling a timeout.
Catch big plays by the K-State wide receivers in this section. Jace Brown's the guy that caught the ball down the sideline. That's a kid from Florida. How about a Texas kid, though, blocking that punt? Shane Porter, the wide receiver out of Friendswood, is the one that blocked the punt and is trying to turn the momentum of this game a little bit. Interesting. We've been talking about mirror images in these 2 games we're watching. And in Oxford, a special teams play turns it. And now here in Austin, a special teams play, not a touchdown, but a special teams play is threatening to create a touchdown and maybe a 10-point game where it should really be something on the other side. Let's see if Texas
should be right now 24-31. The Longhorns really have had opportunities to just put the sword to the Wildcats. They haven't. They let the Wildcats hang around a little bit, and the block punt sets up a Kansas State situation where they get on the board.
Touchdown. That's Brooks. Phillip Brooks, the guy Texas really can't let get going today. He makes his first catch of the day for a touchdown. By the way, Dart just threw a touchdown pass for Ole Miss. They've answered what happened in Oxford to them with a touchdown, 21-7. Now we're going to see catch. If Texas can do the same thing, if it's about to be 17-7, can Texas do what Ole Miss just did, shake it off at home and go get your lead back. Go make it 24-7.
A couple of things. Kevin says, running your big mouths about it being over, it's over. I never said it was over. I always referenced Houston game. I said it could be over.
Yeah.
Or they were in a position for it to be over. But I always paid a healthy amount of respect to the fact that I said that against Houston and it wasn't over. So
and I kept saying, and I'll be fair, catch to the side. I kept talking about the side of the ball that I wanted to see step up, the Texas defense, but they did. What happened in this game is the offense has had a couple slips, and then the special teams has a massive slip. So it's not on the defense. I mean, yes, Texas defense gives up a touchdown. I get it. But
hey, real quick, IT Mac Pro, go fuck yourself. For real.
Damn. Come on, IT. Don't do that.
I can go with the joke to a certain extent, but I'm not going to take that. So FYI, you can go find a river or a creek and, jump in it.
Oh, all right. So here's an interesting score. And also hello to Stoopsified. 24-9 Clemson now? Love
yes.
That on a score. How about that's a little craziness there.
I thought I just seen Notre Dame score a touchdown.
Hey, can I throw another score your way? 2 minutes to go. The number 1 team in the country, Ohio State, beating Rutgers 7-6.
There we go.
Big Ten
there
football.
We go, Rutgers. Is that my man Shiano again? Is Shiano back at Rutgers?
I don't know. I stopped caring about Rutgers like a decade ago.
Too. I think that might be Shiano again, the man who treats full-grown men like complete children. It might be working today. 7-6. Look out. $2 super chat, Julian. Burn some sage during halftime. Yeah, exactly. Let's get the mojo going the other way.
What do you do here if you're Texas, Chad? You got the ball at the 25. You got 54 seconds to go, and Malik's been throwing.
Yeah,
Malik's cooled off.
He just threw offline to Xavier Worthy on first down catch. To me, the answer before that play was run. Calm down, run the ball. Jonathan Brooks, CJ Baxter, get that run game going. How many total runs does Texas have now? We got to keep track of this. Give me a number.
Texas has run the ball today 15 times.
All right. The goal is 40. They've run 40 or more in these 2 wins the last couple of years. I still say in a game like this, running 40 times is still a goal that they need to put out there. Don't ask Malik to do all this. 2nd and 10, he's going to throw again. And he's bad throw to Worthy again. And that's one Worthy acted a little bit like he should have caught that, but catch, that thing is off. That's not a drop to me. That's a bad throw.
No, it is a bad throw. Look, Malik, for as good as his first quarter was, his second quarter has been really awful. He was 7 of 11 in the first quarter. He's now 5 of 10 in the second quarter, but he's had a couple of balls that could have been intercepted. He's had one that was intercepted, and he's now, and on 3rd and 10, now they're going to run the ball, that's their version of a give up play.
Yeah, I don't like
Kansas
that.
State be aggressive and take a timeout here, and they will be. So Kansas State calls their second timeout. Suddenly Kansas State feeling like they've got some momentum, and they do.
Well, and you catch, you and I are older football fans probably in this discussion. We're both a believer in the 3-score theory of football. It was at 3 scores for Texas, 3 full scores. Now you're back to 2, and now you're shaky. You're about to give it back to the other team. I like the Baxter run on 1st or 2nd down, but not the 3rd down give-up play. It's kind of like what we talked about this year with sequencing of play calls. But now this Texas defense really needs to step up. Now they know they're getting it. That quick turn earlier was they got somebody off the field, or excuse me, they had a situation with that block punt. They weren't expecting they knew they were going out there, but they didn't expect that quick turn on field position. Might have been a little panicked. Now they shouldn't be panicked. Now, hopefully Sanborn gets this punt off and they get to defend a long field. And he does get it off. I guess we got to do that play-by-play. And when you have a block punt, you got to talk about the next one being good. Good coverage on the punt. Now let's see the Texas defense just stand up here. Actually, you know what?
I don't think Kansas State's going to get cute here. They get the ball to start the third quarter.
Yeah, I didn't notice it was 25. Yeah,
I think we're going to see – wouldn't be surprised if we see something in the run game with the quarterback here. Maybe show pass, run a quarterback draw, see if you can pick up Texas – a little bit off balance. I don't know that they're going to be super aggressive here. The one thing, if you're Kansas State, you wouldn't want to do is turn the ball over here and lose the momentum that you've picked up. There's just not enough time, I think, we'll see. I'd probably go quarterback draw here and just see if you can pick a little something up. Kansas State's going to try the screen game, and they pick up some big yardage here. And now
they got first down. I mean, they got
now they're probably going to have to use their timeout here.
Yeah, they use it. Now they're going to have to go sideline route.
They're going to try to save the timeout, it looks like.
Yeah, they're not to midfield yet. Well, that's true. They stopped the clock, right? The clock stopped, so they reset. And then do you go – they're not going to go clock it. Good snap, though. They got that off in like 1 second. Oh, my goodness. Complete the ball, but stay in bounds, right?
Bounds? They're going to say he got out of bounds.
No. He didn't get out of bounds there, did he?
It was close.
That was really that's giving him a maybe he did stretch. As long as he stretched the ball before you hit the ground, I guess he gets credit. K-State with a big opportunity here, catch to put point. Can you imagine if it's 17-10 at the half? My goodness. This Texas team is going to end up doing it again where you have something going.
Here's what I will say, Chad. I'll never say it's over again in the first half.
Ends up weird.
I will retire it's over or even close to being over.
Yeah, well.
In the first half of all games moving forward. It could be 97-0 in the second quarter. I will refrain. You guys, I make that vow to you moving forward.
Well, and it's funny because I mentioned it to you right then where I said, let's hold off of that for the defense. It wasn't the defense, though, Catch. It ends up being different sequencing. Fans are on Sark about not wanting that field goal. I get that. 20-0 would have been nice. But you know what? The defense still stood up there. The defense still stood up, got the offense the ball back, and then you got the block punt. So I'm not ripping Sark that much for that fourth down decision.
Well, I don't
get on him for the call.
I hate the play call.
That's what I'm saying. We'll get on him for the call, but not the decision itself. I'm not going to rip him necessarily for that. But then you see it here, $5 super chat from Colin. Sark not taking the points and giving momentum for no reason. Colin, here's what I give you on that. Up 17-0, your defense being badass. There is an old school football argument for kick the damn field goal and go up 3 full touchdowns. They have to have 3 touchdown drives. Huh?
Mr. Moss, Le'Veon Moss, 13-yard touchdown run for the Aggies.
Hey, there you
extra
go.
Point away from being back in that game themselves. 20-13 with a chance to make it 20-14.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, extra point apparently either missed or maybe Ole Miss went for 2 and missed it. I didn't catch that part.
Ole Miss went for 2 and missed it.
Okay, well, that's dumb. You can always count on Lane Kiffin making stupid decisions occasionally. 20 to 14 Aggies. That game should not feel close, but it's about to. A&M finally got a drive together on offense, and for any Aggie fan, that's good to see Le'Veon Moss looking healthy. Catch. He's definitely been the best running back so far this year.
Oh,
Kansas State throws out of bounds. 5 seconds to go. All right, so now
did the ball get tipped?
No, I think he skied that one. I think he went Aaron Rodgers there when Aaron Rodgers didn't like Mike McCarthy's play and just threw it to the seats.
Well, then nice throw.
I mean, he launched that thing.
So Texas now, I think, there's not a lot here that they can do in 5 seconds.
Yeah, you're not getting a field goal opportunity here now.
To kick a field goal.
That. Yeah, you at least stop that. Now they're blowing something dead for what? A false start?
Texas with a timeout, maybe?
Texas with a timeout. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay. Going to make sure they have everything covered.
Kansas State going to go to halftime here with a timeout in their hip pocket. I guess, they –
No, they don't have one, do they? Didn't they call the last one?
No.
Oh, I thought they did. Okay. My screen
you're
says
right. They did. You're right.
Yeah. I was going to say, my screen says they called them all.
I got that little yellow thing under the 7.
Oh, I got you. I
was like, there's a yellow mark there. They got a timeout. But no, that's just, I guess, that means indicator of possession of ball.
Yeah, that's the new fancy Fox way to say they've got the football.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
By the way, Blake, I love it when you just feel like I need to be corrected in the chat. Thank you. I wasn't going to pick that up on my own. I needed to, super producer to jump in there and every once in a while.
Here we go.
Hit me with
last
a comment.
Play of the half. Texas almost getting a sack. K-State just throwing it away. So it will go to half, 17-7 Texas. Mr. Ketchum, can I get a bathroom break, please?
Yeah, let's take a quick little break. I'll tell you what, you take a break. I'll do some stats.
Okay.
And then maybe when you come back, I'll take a little bit of a break. Longhorns up 17-7. At the end of the day, really good first half for the Longhorns. If I tell you before the game, 17-7 at half, you would take it all day long. I think everybody's got to woo-saw out a little bit. Come on, do it with me. Let's hold hands. Come on. I got my hands in front of the camera. Let's hold hands. Woo-saw. 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 It isn't the best way for this half to have ended for the Longhorns to give up 7, lose a little bit of momentum. But at the end of the day, you're up 17-7. You're going to halftime. This has been a game that Texas has mostly dominated. They opened the door back for Kansas State to get into this game, but you're still up double digits. It really will be as simple as coming out at the start of the third quarter, doing what you did at the beginning of the first quarter, getting Kansas State off the field. And there's still a lot of time to kind of reestablish your authority. The door is open. The game's not over, although we may look back on it when the game is over and say, you know what, at 17-0, it actually was over. You guys might actually have to apologize to me later, but at this point, still a ball game. If you look at the stats, Maalik Murphy did cool off in the second quarter. 12 of 21 in the half for $175, a touchdown, an interception. Could have been 3. Malik started out white hot and now is kind of blue hot, if you will. A 133.3 quarterback rating, not really that good, but the start was so good that it is, I think, even though the numbers bounce back closer to, kind of an unacceptable area. He was so good early on that it is the reason why Texas is in this game. CJ Baxter finishing with 65 yards rushing in the first half, leading the Longhorns. Jonathan Brooks with 50. Those two guys combined for 13 carries, 115 yards rushing. Adonai Mitchell, 4 for 101 and a touch. Xavier Worthy, 3 for 39. Worthy's been targeted 9 times in this game and has only caught the ball 3 times. But unlike a week ago, it's not an issue of drops. They've targeted Xavier Worthy at times during this stretch when Maalik Murphy just hasn't been on. In fact, Worthy on a couple of occasions probably could have had touchdowns on better throws. Jordan Whittington, 3 catches for 23 yards. Jonte Cook, 1 for 7. Sanders, 1 for 5. Is there a way to get Sanders involved in the offense a little bit more? Over on the Kansas State side of things, weirdly, Will Howard, his quarterback rating similar to Maalik Murphy's. Malik with a 133.3. Howard finishes the half with a 129.6. Not a lot in the Kansas State running game. Whatever they were able to pick up late in the passing game, Jerry says catch that interception wasn't Malik's fault. I didn't say that it was, but he could have had 3 interceptions in the half. Like, that's what I said. One, ironically, the one he ends up with, sometimes these things kind of wash their way out because Kansas State has dropped 2 interceptions. The one they got, Jonte Cook falls down. It wasn't his fault, but, Maalik Murphy could have had 3 interceptions in the half. That no lies were told with that statement. Let's see. By the way, Rutgers ahead of Ohio State 9-7 at halftime. That game at Rutgers.
Maybe they've been sending some dudes to Ohio State games. You never know.
I tell you what, look, if Rutgers beats Ohio State today, the Big Ten is definitely not doing anything to Michigan.
Dude, that would be one of the all-time great upsets you never saw coming. The week they get named number 1 in the CFP, Rutgers beats them in New Jersey. That would be an all-time. They'll burn Columbus down tonight if that happens.
I was just telling everybody, Chad, when you went to the bathroom, I think everybody needs to take a deep breath and have a little bit of perspective about where we are at halftime. Because if we go into the game 2 hours ago and I'd said, will you take 17-7 Texas at halftime?
Oh, hell yes.
Nobody turns it down.
Damn right you do.
Nobody's turning 17-7 down. That is the score of the game. And I think that it really – what's important here at halftime is Sark's got to get the guys at halftime and just get them refocused and kind of have the talk with them that I'm having with everybody in the chat right now. Don't, at this point, focus so much on the end of the half. Football games have ebb and flows. I mean, it's funny. I got a question about this yesterday with regards to the playoff rankings at the event that we did at Pinthouse. And one of the things I said was, look, one of the things I hate about the way the playoff works is that we end up focusing so much at what was the most recent thing that happened that we don't often take a global view of a season, right? We treat something that happened in September as yesterday's news. And it's like, what happened in the last 5 minutes? I don't think you can view this game currently through the prism. I wouldn't. Texas is up by 2 scores. It was a successful half of football. They are performing ahead of the curve with regards to what Vegas thought. If Texas was favored by 4 or 3.5, Chad, then the first half line would have probably been Texas by 2. And in the end, you're up by 10. I think you go in with a healthy dose of perspective that the game is where you want it. And now it's about being a really good second half team and putting together a complete performance. What will be really disappointing is if what happened at the end of the second quarter bleeds into the third quarter. Isn't that now where we really are? It's another situation where Texas starts fast, slows down in the middle of the game, right? Because this was what happened both against Houston and against BYU last week, that you scored, you got to 17, or as it was a week ago, you go up, what was it? I guess 14-3. And then you score once over the course of 40 minutes. Like that, as long as that's not the performance that we're talking about, as long as we're talking about getting to the fourth quarter and Texas still hasn't scored again on offense, as long as Texas comes out and reestablishes themselves, I think you're really happy with the first half, even if it ends in a way that makes you, rabble a little bit. Now, though, it's a real big test for Texas to be a better team than they were the last 2 weeks when they've gone ahead early and let teams claw their way back into some degree. I wouldn't say that BYU completely clawed their way back into the game. We were just talking about things like if you take the Xavier Worthy punt return touchdown away last week, it would have been a 14-6 game in the fourth quarter. Texas just needs to be a big boy football team. Texas thinks of themselves as a Big 12 champion caliber team, a playoff caliber team. The next 30 minutes, they definitely have an opportunity to show that. And if they don't, then, I think we will start to ask some questions again about how this keeps happening. That in the 3 games post-Oklahoma, big leads early, sluggish in the middle of the games, needing to do something in the fourth quarter to kind of put it away when it could have been put away so much earlier. I mean, it's a good test for this Texas team to be the team they want to be. We were wondering at one point, is this what it's going to look like when Texas puts together an A-level game? They can still do that. There's a world out there where they finish this in such a way that the end of the second quarter feels like a blip on the radar. But they got to go out and play a lot more like they did in the opening 20 minutes of this game and a lot less like they did in the final 5.
Catch, you want your break? You want a break here? Or are you good?
Yeah, I'll take a quick break. I'll get a refill of water and I'll be right back.
All right, I'll hit the scoreboard here, and we'll get to some other things. Catch will take a little break here. Let's look at the scoreboard. Texas obviously up 17-7. It has gone half in Oxford, 20-14, Ole Miss. Weird game there. Looked like Ole Miss was about to go up 17-0. Lane Kiffin didn't get kooky. He took the field goal. He was ready to take the field goal, and A&M blocks it and returns it for a touchdown. Aggie special teams gave him a little momentum. And then Ole Miss answered, but missed a 2-point conversion. Aggies do get a touchdown drive. So 20-14 there at the half. Score of the day's got to be Rutgers up on Ohio State. 9-7 at the half. They're already America's team because you want them to beat Ohio State. The country is rooting for it other than Ohio State fans. They are wearing the red, white, and blue Rutgers helmets today. Well done, Scarlet Knights. I hope you get it done today. 9-7 at the half there. And at halftime, Dabo's crew, Tyler, up 24-9 on Notre Dame. Tennessee handling their business 35-3 at the half. So we're glad everybody is in on the Specs chat. Tell you what, Blake, Can we give them 15 seconds of Specs? Let's give them 15 seconds of Lisa and the Rabbit and remind them who can help them when it comes to food and drink. Here we go.
No matter what you're needing, Specs same-day delivery can save the day with our Specs app or online shopping. From world-class wines to hard-to-find spirits and craft beers to gourmet foods, delicious snacks, and spectacular sweets. It's Specs. Cheers to savings.
Hell yes, it is. And there is your Pinthouse QR code set. You want to scan to see that great menu? Check it out. Cannonball, maybe. Not maybe. It's one of my favorite meat pizzas. I'm a meat pizza guy. Carnivore kind of pizza. Their Cannonball is excellent. The electric jellyfish is legendary. If you haven't tried that, see that beautiful pretzel. See the beer. They got it all going on at Pinthouse. You can also join the Jolly Rogers program. You see the 10% off your next visit, $10 off your next purchase. Remember, Longhorn fans, if you're looking for a place to go watch a Texas game and you're thinking, man, where do I need to go hang out? Hey, let me tell you what. Hey, now, that Ben White location, I got to see it yesterday for the very first time. Oh, my God. It's incredible. Go head out there or go to any of the Pinthouse locations and you see it up there on your screen. $2 off pints when you wear your UT gear. Just throw on some Longhorn stuff, $2 off pints. And remember, $4 off pitchers at any location for NFL action. Tomorrow, got a big NFL day. Texans trying to get a win at noon. Cowboys and Eagles at 3. Make your excuses, mow the lawn early, and get on out there to Pinthouse. Shout out to Pinthouse. I got myself a koozie, and shout out to my new best friend. It is called Southern Sensibilities. Here's what I'm going to tell you about Pinthouse Brewing. If you're a beer snob like me, I feel like I've become a bit of a beer snob. You know how you discover a new beer, and it's like discovering a new friend? Because you can have as many friends as you want. It's not like wives, right? Unless you're a BYU fan. It's about discovering friends. You get a new friend and you think, I didn't even know I needed this friend. Southern Sensibilities, the sour that was literally tapped yesterday. Tap date yesterday. Another beautiful can, because that's what they do. It'll become a part of the backdrop at some point. You see the Scorpion Disco back there. You see the Yakima Sun Club back there. Just great beers from Pinthouse. Now, if you haven't tried the electric jellyfish, you should try that. And shout out to our guy, Alex Dunlap, who for the first time last night, and thanks to Blake, the super producer, for letting me know, first time ever, Alex Dunlap tried the electric jellyfish. Look, Alex Dunlap has been around the world and back as a rock star. He's had every beverage known to man, but he wasn't an IPA guy. I get it, Alex. There's bitterness involved. Those IBUs will get after you. But Pinthouse knows how to do an IPA, and they certainly know how to do an IPA that will change your mind about IPAs, and that is the electric jellyfish. I'm glad Alex had his first electric jellyfish last night. Blake may have been the one to talk him into it. Well done, Alex. Now he's changed his mind, and he's an electric jellyfish guy like a lot of you will be. So shout out to Pinthouse. We had a great time out there last night at the event. Check out Pinthouse for all your pizza and brewing needs. I really enjoyed the Southern Sensibilities today. I might have another one of those on my schedule, especially if my Aggies figure out a way to come back and beat Ole Miss. All right, so Texas is up 17-7 here at the half. And I think Ketch is making a great point as he right before he took his break, which is Ketch 2-score lead. This is a man's game. We knew it was going to be a man's game. We both predicted a man's game, close score win for Texas. And K-State's going to fight. And K-State's going to claw and scratch. But the most important thing they do is they'll take advantage if you make a little mistake. You hesitate. Something goes wrong. K-State will take advantage. And they did that on the special teams side. And I understand there's a question if I'm a Texas fan of, well, what happens if they make those picks, Chad? I get it. There were a couple of those they don't need. Where are we on runs for Texas, Catch? Did I hear you say 16, 17, somewhere in there? Where are they?
They are officially at 16 for 132.
Yeah, that's got to crank up big time. It's been 40 and 44 these last couple games. They've got to run the ball. Brooks proved as he's such a tough guy, man. You can tell he's dealing with some stuff. He's been banged up a couple times, comes right back in. But find plays for Baxter. They put Blue in for a little while, for a play or two. Find a moment for him if you need to. Keelan Robinson had a decent run in the game. Keep showing Kansas State your run game This second half catch cannot be about Maalik Murphy's arm, because he's shown there's going to be a little, understandable shakiness at times. He's shown us some good, but he's also shown us some shaky. Do not rely on number 6 here. Run the damn ball, Sark. Do what you know you can do against K-State. Run the ball in the second half.
Malik threw for 20. Malik was 7 of 11 for 152 and a touchdown in the first quarter. He was 5 of 10 for 23 yards and an interception in the second quarter. So your passing game in the second quarter was just garbage. What do you do, Chad, in the third quarter to get Malik? I'm not going to say like they're not going to win this game if Maalik Murphy plays better, if he doesn't play better. Like, I don't think the situation's quite that desperate. I do think we're going to see more of Baxter and Brooks in the second half.
Yeah, got to run.
But they do need Maalik Murphy to pick it back up. What is that if you're Sark? Because what it looks like, again, is that Texas started out fast on offense on the script. And then you get into the second quarter and your script is over and the offense just didn't quite hit anywhere near the same stride.
Yeah, I think you're right to bring that up, and you've brought it up before. It's a great point. If you go back and chart Texas, when they get to play 16, 17, 18, 19, things change a little bit. I'd go back to that early throw with Worthy that worked well, but I'd also think about swing passes to running backs. Brooks, start with Brooks. Do you work Keelan Robinson in on some of those ideas? But also Sanders. You mentioned it when you were going over the stats. Sanders has a catch for 5 yards. I like the play, but there's just one of them. Get that guy some more targets. Make him part of the comfortability. Give him something easy for Malik to see in the middle of the field. I think that's a great way to go about it. And then for the Texas defense, you just continue doing what you were doing before that block punt. They gave up a touchdown off of a block punt. They were on their heels a little bit, and Kansas State hit them with a little bit of rhythm. They can't let that happen again. Continue to lay on K-State. That's what we'll watch, too, in the second half, Catch. Not only Texas offensively, if you're Chris Kleiman and it's still Colin Klein, right? Calling that offense, I think, for K-State.
Yep.
If you're Klein, if you're, that offensive staff, how do you think about it now that you're only down 2 scores? Do you get a little more aggressive? Do you throw the ball a little more? Try to get Brooks involved? Because at times they've felt really clunky in this first half. What do you do if you're K-State to try to attack the Texas D a little bit?
That's a great question. What did they find at the end of the second quarter that got them on the scoreboard? They had good starting field position. It was, when they blocked the punt, that first play after the block punt was the first time Kansas State had taken a snap in Texas territory.
That's crazy. Yep.
And then they went aggressive in the passing game. I think you've got to find a way, if you're Kansas State, to still be aggressive in the passing game without asking your quarterback to hold the ball and stand in the pocket for too long. When they did throw the ball at the end of the quarter fairly well, nice timing throws, but not asking Will Howard to read a defense, wait for guys to come open, and give the Texas guys a chance to get him in the backfield. They got the ball out of his hands quickly, but they were still aggressive. They're not running the ball at all. So if you're Kansas State, if you look at the stats, they're not doing anything well. I mean, that's not a good half for Will Howard.
No.
Not a good half for the Kansas the run game. But at the end of the half, they did throw the ball well. That's where they found their success. I think their pathway back into this game, if they're going to find one, they've got to get good. They've got to start in reasonable field position. I don't know that they're a team that's going to go 80 on Texas, but they're a team that can go 40, and they proved that late in the second quarter. They've got to run the ball better. If you're Kansas State and you want to get back in this game and win it over the course of the final 30 minutes, you got to do better than 28 yards rushing on 17 attempts. They're going to need 100-yard rushing half, I think, to really put themselves into a position to do something in this game. I still think Texas is in the catbird seat. Like I know Kansas State gets the ball to start the third quarter, and we've seen some of these. We've seen Texas in the third quarter at times struggle to be the same team that they were in the first half and these early stretches of the third quarter. I'm just saying this. Go, if you're the Texas defense, reassert yourself. You had a bad drive. I think it's good in a way that the Texas offense got the ball back, didn't do anything. They gave the ball back to Kansas State, and Texas just got them off the field. Like at the end of the second quarter, the Texas defense got them off the field. Didn't have a chance to get a field goal. They had a couple of successful plays there at the end. So you hope if you're Texas that kind of, reasserts. We're okay. I think that's, again, I've said this in this halftime alone, and we're getting ready to get the opening second half kickoff here in the game.
See, I got a kickoff already. Catching my way ahead of you?
You have to be.
All right, I'm seeing Taft, and I'm seeing 26, 25 on the game clock, play clock.
Okay, we're good.
Okay.
I just hit refresh. I'm at 15 seconds on the play clock.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, beautiful. Okay, K-State first drive coming at the 25 after a touchback.
Let's see what Kansas State tries to muster up. They're going to try to come out throwing a quick throw.
Yeah.
Don't ask Will Howard to do much other than be accurate, and they get a 9-yard play and sets up 2nd and 1, and that's a pretty dreamy start of this drive for Kansas State. Again, you don't want Will Howard dropping back and trying to hold the ball too long in the pocket. You want the ball out of his hands as quick as possible, and now they've got an early down and distance on this drive that's favorable for them. Wow, here they go, taking a shot.
Wow. Ball
is that an
is not
interception?
caught. Was that a pick? That's
It
a pick.
is.
Great
Look who got
play.
it again.
A tipped interception. Is that Taaffe?
It is Michael Taaffe.
Oh,
He is
man.
the Chris Carter of the Texas secondary. All he does is catch interceptions.
That's such a bad sequence for K-State. After getting Phillip Brooks a pass, he's the guy that caught the touchdown. He's a guy Texas can't get going. This play looked like it was ready to be successful. The ball gets through Terrence Brooks. It looked like it got through to the receiver. Yeah, it did. He gets one hand up, but he can't come down with it. Ball tips up in the air, and Taaffe comes down. Maybe Brooks can get credit for pinning that front arm a little bit for the K-State guy, but
No,
that's
it's
a
flat-out drop. It's a
That's a
great
play
throw by Will Howard.
Will Howard thought that was a big play, and I agreed with him with it in the air. What a great moment for Texas.
How about C.J. Baxter getting the start out of the third quarter in the backfield and gaining 14 on his first carry? We may be witnessing the C.J. Baxter breakout party that we've been wondering, are we ever going to see it? Jonathan Brooks, not ever, but like this season maybe, is he going to have a game that represents a true breakout? He's at 80 yards on 5 carries, and he just picked up another 6. He's definitely on his way to a 100-yard game. And if the answer to the question of how do we get Maalik Murphy back on track is to run the ball, Chad, so far they're listening to you.
Yes, of course. That's exactly what they need to be doing. And also, we'll keep watching for, does Brooks get back in the game at all? He looked like he was dealing with some nagging stuff in the first half. Is this an injury thing with Brooks, or is this they just feel like this is how you get Baxter an opportunity? Baxter's looking good, though.
Well, right now he's getting great blocking, too. First down for the Longhorns. He picks up 5, third straight carry to open up the third quarter. Now he's coming out. Who's coming into the game to replace him?
Yeah,
I think we're going to get a real idea of where Jonathan Brooks is. Jaden Blue in the game.
Okay.
So now Jonathan Brooks must be out of the game at this point.
Yeah, at least for now. He must be dealing with something because, yeah, Blue's in for that next sequence. So we'll hope Jonathan Brooks is okay moving forward. Maybe just something to watch. Now maybe taking a shot. No. Little dump pass. Oof. Dump pass to Sanders.
I won't say that was almost intercepted, but Texas fans will be a bit unnerved by the first throw of the third quarter.
It was clunky. Also, that play was a little bit scripted in that blue comes in the game and you immediately go to a throw. So now you've shown them that, but now it's 2nd and 10. So do you feel like this is a you have to throw kind of down, or does he do what K-State would do and run on 2nd and 10?
Well, I don't think we can completely ignore the fact that the Longhorns are in a situation.
There's Brooks.
And Jonathan Brooks back in the game.
Yep.
So he's back in the game. First play of his first carry of the third quarter is a tackle for loss, just a free run by the Kansas State linebacker. And I mean, that play is designed for that guy not to be able to make that play. It sets up 3rd and 12, and there's a penalty. We're going to be looking at 3rd and 17. I mean, they're still running the play. I thought they blew it dead. They did. So that's a little too bad, because that was to Jonathan Brooks, and that was going to be, if that play even reasonably holds, he hits his Prize Picks receiving number, which just did. I may or may not have.
Just saying. There's a rumor. It might be there. Yeah, there were multiple.
I'd be okay with him getting 18 yards receiving in this half.
There were multiple flags thrown on that play. So it feels like there was something really obvious, although now this stellar Big 12 officiating crew is talking about it. So let's see.
It's an illegal shift on Texas. It's holding on Texas. So I guess they didn't call the play dead?
Yeah, so decline the illegal shift, take the hold, and now it's 3rd down. And
what's interesting about that is it looked like Brooks just stopped on the play. That was awkward. That was a weird. Okay, so they definitely had 2 guys in motion. That makes complete sense. The hold is on Whittington in front of the same official who threw the illegal shift. It's now 3rd and 22. Is this a give up down to your running back and just don't let things get worse? The answer to that question is yes.
It's a be careful down is what it is. Because now you get out almost to midfield and you get a chance to throw a lawn dart with Sanborn. This is lawn dart territory. Just get it to die at the 5 like you did earlier and make K-State go a long way.
An interesting – the start of the third quarter on offense there for the Longhorns, Chad, completely different than the start of the first quarter where they come out throwing the ball all over the place. They wanted – Kansas State thinks they've got a little something in the punt game. In the end, Kansas State punt returner lets the ball bounce, and Texas is going to down it at the 7.
Bingo.
Okay. Look, again, if you're Texas on defense, you have to feel confident that Kansas State isn't going to march the length of the field on you very often in this game. At some point, and I say this given that Michael Taaffe had an interception on the last drive, but, a havoc play in the backfield in this part of the field potentially opens up a bigger play for the Texas defense. That Taaffe interception ends up working like a punt. I mean, they just turned the field over, and then Texas was able to do enough on that drive with Baxter running the ball early that they flipped the field position back on Kansas State. Now it's at the 7. This is where Kansas State has struggled today. When they're pinned back this far, they haven't been able to run the football, and they don't trust their running game. By the way, Clemson up 24-16 on Notre Dame in the third quarter. Aggies and Ole Miss just starting the third quarter. Ole Miss up 20-14, and Rutgers still up 9-7 on Ohio State in the third quarter. Rutgers with the ball on offense near midfield. So we'll keep you updated on everything happening across the world of college football. Clemson actually inside the 10-yard line on this Notre Dame defense. Boy, that Notre Dame-Ohio State game from a few weeks back doesn't feel special today.
A little different, huh? Feels a little different.
Well, it's like what would have happened if Clemson and Rutgers had played each other?
By the way, shout out to Specs for the chat. Thanks to everybody who's in the chat right now. Up over 230 folks. And again, shout out to Pinthouse. You see it on the top. $2 off pints when you wear your Longhorn stuff to Longhorn games at any Pinthouse location. Yeah, we'll watch those close games. Clearly, Rutgers over Ohio State, story of the day. Feels like Notre Dame is getting their claws into that thing, and Dabo's crew is not. We know they're not badass already, and they don't have Shipley. So can they hold off what Notre Dame is about to throw out? And by the end of the day, Catch, this just needs to be Ohio State. Clearly, that's a just win the game to me. I don't care if it's Rutgers. When it's 9-7 at the half, you have sucked enough so far. Just win it 10-9 on a field goal if you have to. Ohio State is just in a panicked win mode right now. That's
By the
game
way,
nobody
Ohio
expects.
State only has one penalty in that game. So, it's not some of the usual suspects that when a number one team in the country is struggling on the road,
they're just bad.
It hasn't. Yeah. They're just not playing well, but it's not like sloppy, incapable ball playing. By the way, Kansas State gaining 7 on first down with the run game.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of run. It's kind of run you're worried about if you're a Texas fan coming into the game. That's Ward. That's their second best running back, but he's got a lot of carries. He's got over 80 carries coming into this game. This is the kind of drive they wanted in terms of a start, Catch. 2nd and 3. See if this Texas defense responds.
Texas has got show and blitz, and they brought a corner off the edge. Didn't really amount to anything on the play. Kansas State runs the ball to the other side. They showed blitz to the Kansas State left, and Kansas State ran right, picked up a first down. It'll be 1st and 10 near the 20.
Yeah, can't let that happen. Run, first down, no third down needed. These teams have combined for 1 third down conversion the whole game. Texas has none. K-State has 1. We talked about how important that stat would be in this game. So far, only 1 conversion in the game total.
Oh, and there's the play I was just talking about, Chad.
How about that? Is that Burke? Ethan Burke.
Did Texas recover the ball?
I thought there was a fumble, but I thought he got it back.
There was
I thought Howard
definitely
got
a fumble, but Howard fell on the ball.
Texas players are saying it's theirs, but I thought Howard got the ball.
I did too. He definitely fumbles.
Yeah, Jalen Ford gets up with the football, I think. Is that why Jalen Ford is so emphatic?
Ethan Burke forces the fumble.
All right, there's the fumble.
Oh, that is a Texas fumble recovery.
He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it at that point. And I think Ford, okay.
They're going to look at it. I don't think he had possession of it, but his body was on the ball.
Here's the concern if you're a Texas fan, Catch. Are we going to get one of those, they blew the whistle so you can't do anything after they blew the whistle? Because did somebody blow the whistle that was on the other side? Because I agree with you now seeing that replay. It looked like the ball skirted out. Howard didn't have it. And Jalen Ford, 41, dug it out of there. He reached his hand in. He ripped the ball through, and he gets the ball.
Howard's on the ball, but you can't say – I think they're going to say Howard had possession of it, but I don't think his hands had the ball.
Man, I do not see –
this is the angle. The ball's on his hip.
Yeah.
I think they're going to stick with the original call.
Yeah, and then Ford gets it and kind of comes out of the pile with it like, I got the ball. That's going to be tough. Yeah, I feel like it squirted out though. But now the only issue I think is just, was there any kind of whistle blown that would stop this? Does he have the football right there? And because if he's got any kind of control, he's down and he's been being touched and the whole thing, like it would be over. They're talking to Dean Blandino about it. What is he seeing back in the studio and all that?
Well, I think the important thing is, at worst, it's now 2nd and 23 inside the 5. I guess okay, this is the angle we've been waiting for. That now is a fumble that I think Jalen Ford recovers. That angle they just showed is the best angle, not this one. That shows you how the fumble occurred. The other angle shows you the ball's on his hip and it isn't under control. I think they'll probably stick with the call. I think mainly because of the down and distance. Like, I think they're going to be like, it's so close. It's a judgment call.
Right.
If you give this to Texas, ball game. I hate to say it, but they'll be on the 5-yard line, a chance to go up 24-7. This is a defining moment, a pivotal moment in the game, this call. How about Ethan Burke, though? From week to week to, hey, we got him back on the practice field a little bit this week, to 2 sacks and a forced fumble. And they've needed a presence. They've needed somebody to emerge as a difference maker up front in the pass rush. And Ethan Burke has been that guy today. This is the guy that we saw against Alabama early in the season. And then it just hadn't quite taken off for him. He's been a total difference maker in this game. His 2nd sack in less than 3 quarters. And if they get the call on this, I think more than anything, the thing about the Ethan Burke play that you like is he strips the ball and creates the fumble. Now, they may not get the benefit of the doubt on this, but that's a real playmaking play from a young defender to strip the ball almost before you get the sack. Those are the type of plays you want guys to be able to create. Those are the type of plays that Steve Sarkisian said they needed more from on this defense. And we'll find out what the call is here in a second. I will say this. They're taking a long look at it.
Yeah, it's so close. Here's what I wonder, Catch. Is there enough time when Ford dives in there after the ball? It does take him a good 2 or 3 beats to come up with the football. If he grabbed that football instantaneously, I wonder if that would be a clear recovery in their mind. It did take him a second. So I wonder if they're going to look at it as, okay, he has to fight the ball away from the guy, but they'll say that while he was down and being touched, Howard at that point had enough control of the ball. Like, it's damn close.
We're about to find out, but if you're Texas, let's see, what are they gonna do here? Yeah, Texas getting the ball.
Okay.
Don't ever say that the Big 12 officials are out to screw Texas this season, because I think they could have gotten away with, say, allowing Kansas State to keep them for the reason that you said. It takes such a long time.
Yeah, it takes a few beats
to pull the ball out of Howard's hip, but it really was like almost on his ass.
Yeah,
you know,
but they saw 2 parts: not clear control and a clear recovery. Depending on no matter how long it took, they saw those 2 elements. I get that argument. I do. I understand how they're seeing it that way. Interesting that they didn't call it that way and they changed it.
I think they got the call right. I'm surprised that they changed it.
Yep, I agree.
Because I think that's one of those, the call stands the same and they can get away with that. Now it's 1st and goal at the 5-yard line, and the Longhorns are up 3 scores once again. Touchdown, Jonathan Brooks. And just like that, and look, Chad, I'm going to go back to the field position thing we were talking about. Kansas State, once they got pinned inside the 20, they've been a different offense, and Texas has been a different defense. And it showed up on the strip sack, to get Kansas State. You don't want Will Howard holding the ball too long. Kansas State gambled a little bit deep in their end of the field, and Texas has been so good pressuring him when they've been buried, deep inside their own territory. I think that's a game management decision that is going to really prove to be costly for Kansas State. I'm not quite sure why they deviated even a little from what they've been doing, but they were going to take a shot. And Texas's ability to force a turnover there completely changes the complexion of the game. Back up 17. I won't say the thing because, I don't actually believe it now that it's, that Kansas State was able to get Texas on the canvas for a moment is a reminder that Kansas at least has punching power, but that is a significant sequence of plays. And you were able to do that without leaning on Maalik Murphy for anything. He just took the snap and handed it off. And now you're up 17 again when your quarterback is otherwise struggling to to throw the football well. It's kind of a dream scenario to start the third quarter. By the way, Clemson scored a touchdown, and Notre Dame came right back and scored a touchdown of their own on a long touchdown run by Sam Hartman. 6:05 left in the third quarter. That game's just turning into a shootout. 31-23 Clemson after Notre Dame scores the touchdown and turns a 15-point lead into an 8-point lead. Meanwhile, Ohio State took the lead over Rutgers. They're now up 14-9, 9:49 left in the third. In a very short amount of time, a flurry of scores in all of the games that we're keeping an eye on.
And in a game where there wasn't a score, a big swing maybe catch in Ole Miss A&M. It was 2014. Aggies drive inside the 10. Max Johnson's trying to throw a ball. It looks like he's either trying to throw a little lob pass or just throw it away. It's picked off by Ole Miss. So Ole Miss gets the turnover, still up 20-14, and now they're coming back out with the ball in the third quarter. So there's a lot of wildness going on right now. And I'm just making sure I have it recorded to go back and watch all this stuff later. There's a lot going on right now, Mr. Ketchum, I got to tell you. Holy moly. But 24-7, obviously a great score, back up 17. So now, Catch, what Texas has done, if nothing else, you neutralized, you basically answered the special teams or defensive turnover situation. You got a big moment, they score a touchdown. Now you're back up 17 like you were earlier. That's big.
Now be a big boy football team.
Yes.
And close this out. There's no reason. I mean, Texas has completely eliminated, wiped away what Kansas State previously did. And they did it. And you know what? If you're the defense, you probably feel like, you know what? We shouldn't have allowed them to get 7 like we did. It was not great sudden change defense. That time, they create the big play that sets up an easy touchdown. That really is 7 points for the defense. The defense will feel like, okay, we got 7 now. We've given up 7. Right. They won't officially get credit for scoring a touchdown on that play, but that's their touchdown. That is their 7 points. And now it is back to feeling like a 17-0 kind of a game. The defense will feel like we're good. We got even. They no longer have any points on us from a net standpoint. And now your defense back on the field, Kansas State at the 25-yard line. Kansas State, I'm guessing on this drive, will try to go back to being the team they think they are.
Wow.
That was a big hit. Yeah.
What a hit by Jalen Ford. Good grief.
Was that Ford or was that Derek Williams?
Yeah, they're showing Derek Williams. I thought it was 41. Let's see on the replay. That was a crack. So it was, both were out there. I thought it was 41 with the big part of the hit. I might have been wrong. Either way, that's a great tackle. Big physical play.
Says everything about college football that we won't get a replay of the biggest hit of the game. Like that would have been like an NFL Films hit, back in the day. And now we just, we don't show big hits as much anymore.
Yeah.
And
Kansas State kind of went a little tempo there.
Well, they need to. They're down 17.
Yeah.
They can't mess around too much. And look, we're halfway through the third quarter. So, we're in a situation where Kansas State now at 17-7, they can kind of do what they want to do and not feel like they have to be rushed. At 24-7, they do need to run some tempo. And look, they're running the play clock down. It's under 10 as it stands right now. It is a big 3rd and 3. I mean, ultimately, they can't go off the field. What in the world was that?
Oh, wow. Little Kansas City Chiefs play that didn't work. Good job, Jet Bush.
It looks different when Patrick Mahomes isn't the one doing that underhanded.
Hey, but Catch, that play works without Bush. Man, that's a good job by Bush to read this play.
Well, yeah, but that's a hell of a thing to say. That play works well without Bush. He's the primary defender that has to read that play and not get pulled out of position. Ultimately, I hate the play call. I mean, I guess it's easy to say because it doesn't work. That looked like that. Boy, is that interference again? They're not going to call it, but
they got close. Another good job by Worthy to catch that ball.
Xavier Worthy's been really good on punts today.
Yeah, he has.
Texas fans have been bitching about him letting balls bounce. The one ball that bounced, he was able to get his hands on earlier. He's got multiple returns of over 20 yards, if I'm not mistaken, and he's drawn a 15-yard penalty. This is the second week in a row he's been a real difference maker as in the punt return game for the Longhorns. Texas fans may not want to give him his props.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's a weird Xavier Worthy thing on punt returns that Texas fans have just been completely uncomfortable with. But he's been really good today.
Yeah, catch big sequence in this Ole Miss A&M game. Ole Miss with a big pass completion down the left side. They can throw some pretty long balls, man. In traffic, big catch made. Then an Aggie, I think it's Shamar Turner, got called for a penalty, some kind of a 15-yard maybe. Ole Miss just puts it in the end zone. Junkins with a touchdown run. So Ole Miss with this extra point, if they kick it, they go up 13. If they go for 2 here, like Lane Kiffin did earlier, they're going to try to go back up 14. Either way, it's going to be a 2-touchdown feel in this game again. And it looks like Lane Kiffin, shock, is going to go for 2, up 26-14 at 7 minutes.
Chasing the point they lost when he went for 2 earlier.
Yeah.
This is the point in the game where you go for 2, but you're only going for 2 because you went for 2 earlier when you didn't need to go for 2. It's very Lane. You know what? That was very Sarkisian-ish as well.
It is, but like, what kind of a maniac doesn't want 21-7? Like, Catch, are we so old that 21-7 is unappealing nowadays?
Well, he
like,
got the 2-point. That was the easiest 2-point conversion.
I appreciate that.
The thing is, Lane Kiffin will see how easy that 2-point conversion is.
Yeah,
and he'll say, well, that's why we went for 2 the first time.
Exactly, fellas. Shut up. 28-14, Ole Miss now. A lot of time to go, 7 minutes, third quarter, but Catch, back to the theme we're talking about. Let's go both games here. K-State, not designed to chase. They're down 17. A&M, not designed to chase. They're down 14. Both of these road teams in the house divided games are in a spot they don't want to be in. And Texas and Ole Miss has trying to make a national statement, both in the top 10. They both now have a chance to stretch these leads.
By the way,
Javier,
I'm with you, but isn't the current 24-7 game situation proof that maybe the shitbag comment from earlier in the chat was a little unnecessary?
Hey, that was unnecessary even if K-State was up 35-24 right now. Come on. That's unnecessary no matter what.
Look, I've run Orangebloods for a long time, and I realize that when Texas loses, I'm the punching bag. Have been for multiple decades. But at 17-7, if they come back and they're up 21-17 in this game, I might call myself a shitbag, right? But at 17-7, little premature is all I'm saying. We're back in action here. Malik Murphy. Oh,
good throw.
Adonai Mitchell, nice pitch and catch. Yeah. I think Mitchell just needed to worry about getting the first down and not trying to make guys miss. The bottom line is it sets up a 3rd and 3. That's Mitchell's 5th catch of the game. He's over 100 yards receiving. And those are throws. By the way, now we're in a 3rd down situation. Texas 0 for 7. Boy, Chad, if I told you before the game, remember what 17-7? I said at halftime, you take 17-7. Who would have believed you could be up 17-7 when you're 0 for 3 on first? Here goes Jonathan Brooks. He may be hurt, but he is not injured.
Boy, that's a tough mother right there. That dude just keeps coming. Great run. Keep running the ball, Sark. Great play call and good blocking here. We're going to get to see the replay. Let's see who does it. That was a good little cutback. Majors did a good job. And who's 56? That was a pretty good block from him, too. 56.
Longhorns running the ball again on 1st and 10. They're inside the Kansas State 40. They don't pick up anything on 1st down. It's going to be 2nd and 10.
Cam Williams. My bad, Cam. I didn't see the 56 and know it. Cam Williams was a nice.
You're not used to Cam playing, is the thing.
I'm not. Yeah, that was a nice little help block by him. He and Majors did a good job sealing that off.
By the way, Rutgers is losing that game 14-9, but it is weird to see 5:56 to go in the third quarter, and that's a 14-9 game.
Yep, just trying to survive it for Ohio State. Malik Murphy throws off the back foot. He almost got away with it to Xavier Worthy, but that one catch, I wonder if Murphy wasn't off that back foot, would he have had enough smoke on this ball?
I have a feeling, Chad, one day we're going to see Arch Manning, and I bet Arch doesn't throw the ball off his back foot much. Like, that's not a Manning thing to do. But Texas has a couple of quarterbacks in Murphy and Ewers.
Oh, yeah.
That just love their arm strength so much. All right, so look, it's Burt Auburn time.
Yeah,
they get a third down pass to Worthy. It doesn't pick up the first down. Worthy's rolling his eyes. He's, I think, just a little displeased that they couldn't pick up the first. And it's going to be a long Burt Auburn kick, but it's going to be a Burt Auburn kick nonetheless. It's going to be a 49-yard field goal, the way they're setting it up.
It's a great test for Auburn here.
It is. Hey, Auburn, give your coach some confidence that he can just call your number. And you know what?
Big boy kick. He hit it. I think he hit it.
Main Street.
Boom. Nice job, Auburn. Nice job. Just like in the OU game, hitting a big 40-plus yard kick, that had a lot more pressure to it. 49's big boy catch. I'm a 47 and up guy. You hit a 47-yarder or beyond, that's a big boy kick.
Well, and that kick would have been good from about 55 or more.
Yeah,
it's not a strength issue for Burt Auburn, right? He's not one of these guys that if you roll him out there from 52, you're worried that he's going to come up short.
And by the way, Kev,
it can go left or right for him that time, right? I mean, that's about as pretty as you can draw it up.
And catch earlier. Some Texas fans wanted Sark to kick a field goal to go up 20-0. Well, guess what? You got your 20-point lead. You kicked your field goal. You're up 20. Now for K-State to come get you, they need 3 full touchdown drives. And it does not feel like that offense is designed to do it. By the way, Catch, extra bad news for the Aggies in Oxford. Le'Veon Moss, the one thing they've kind of had offensively, he's hurt. He's down on the field right now, and they are taking a commercial break. That is bad news for the Aggies. I'm going to check his numbers real quick. Le'Veon has 9 carries for 52, so a 5.8-yard average, not bad. Aggies actually running the ball pretty well, Catch. 4.5 a carry. They're around 100 yards. Not terrific, but they had to prove they could do it a little bit. But Moss being hurt is bad. Our man Blake, the producer, I didn't see it. He says the Moss injury was nasty looking. That is not good.
It looked like a knee to me, Chad. He just cut. Oh, it was nasty. I don't even want to watch the replay, I don't think.
Yeah, that's bad news. So A&M down 2 touchdowns in the third quarter, and now their best running back is hurt. So that is not good news on that side. On the Lane Kiffin side of it, Ole Miss, I believe Georgia is next week for Ole Miss. They're going to Athens. So that's a team that's just trying to do what Texas is doing. Build momentum, prove your top 10, and prove your coach is not a wackadoo. Because that's what everybody said this week, Catch. They said my Aggies were going to win because they thought Lane was wacky. Lane's got to show he's a real football coach. This is part of that. So we'll see if Ole Miss gets out of it. They're up 2 touchdowns now. And here in the game in Austin, Sark is proving a couple times he's doing what I said he's done. Take field goals. I know he didn't take the one, but he's taken a couple field goal opportunities. He let Auburn have a long one. He nailed it, and he's up 20, up 3 full touchdowns with 4 minutes to go third quarter. Catch, I know one thing for sure. Every Longhorn fan watching this chat right now would have signed up for 27-7 in the third quarter. No questions asked.
Colin says, hallelujah. He's learning, Catch. Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but he learned a little bit there. Javier says, shout out to the OB crew along with Specs, everybody in the Specs chat. We definitely agree with that, Javier.
Thank
Absolutely.
you, Javier.
We love everybody in the Specs chat, except for IT Pro Guy, who called me a shitbag earlier because
that wasn't good.
One bad thing happened.
That wasn't good.
By the way, I can't remember what I said yesterday, where Chad's reaction at our event at Pinthouse was, oh yeah, of course Catch has to be right. Or no, it was Alex that said that. It was
that
Alex
wasn't me.
that said that.
Don't put that juju on me, Ricky Bobby. That wasn't me.
That was Alex that said that. In the end, if this game, if everything holds form here, the game actually was over at 17-0. Just for the record.
Well, and the reason, Catch, of course, is again back to the design of the K-State offense. You put that team in a 17-point hole. You allow yourself some leeway to do what Texas did, right? You had a bad moment, special teams. Your defense had a hiccup, but then they righted themselves. Now they're back up 20. Let's see how this defense responds here. That first play was only 3 yards, 2nd and 7. Let's see if they can keep doing a good job getting K-State off the field.
It's going to be a 3rd and short for Kansas. Well, no, they're going to give him a good spot. Okay.
That is a
first
good
down
spot
for Kansas State. Aggies, by the way, with a big play. I don't know what happened, but someone's running deep into Ole Miss territory, crossing the 40.
Yeah, how about that? That is Aniyah Smith.
Was that Aniyah? Oh, no, it was just he's doing what he does best. A great throw by Max Johnson, by the way.
Yeah, a little dump off pass that Aniyah Smith turned into a big gain across midfield. Aggies trying to get something done.
It's 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Kansas State now looking at a 2nd down, approaching midfield here. I guess technically, yeah, they're at about the 44-yard line. Get a little something going here on offense. Again, the issue they're going to have, that's a nice throw by, Will Howard occasionally in this game has reminded us.
Yeah.
He's a good player. You got to give Texas credit. Will Howard's a good player. This is a good Kansas State team. Kansas State hit a big pass play, which I just was saying was a really nice throw by Will Howard. But an illegal formation penalty means that play's going back. Mm-hmm. And now instead of 2nd and 1, near mid can do anything you want to do on offense. Now you're back to 2nd and 6. And I think if you're Kansas State here, the thing you're going to want to do is pick up a first down. So I think we're probably back to seeing Kansas State think less 7, more can we get 1st and 10. You want to keep down in distance in your advantage. And they try to run the ball, and there's not much there. And let me give the Texas linebacker unit some attaboys today. We talked about yesterday that this would be a game where Jalen Ford you could take to the bank. But Anthony Hill, David Benda, Maurice Blackwell, the tackling has been very good for Texas, especially at the linebacker position. I can't remember a missed linebacker tackle all game today. And in general, Texas has actually tackled really well today.
3rd and 5 for K-State. Texas trying to get them off the field. Penalty. That's right tackle, 5 yards.
And you know what? When Ethan Burke beats your butt for a couple of sacks, including one at A&M scores a touchdown, 28-21. The Aggies will not go quietly into the night, Chad, even though it's only 1:33 in the afternoon. They still won't go quietly into the night. Jake Johnson with a 28-yard touchdown catch.
Yeah, a little rollout throw for Max Johnson. Max to Jake, the Johnson family touchdown, making it a 1-score game in Oxford. Aggies trying to stay alive. That special teams play A&M had earlier is so big for that game. All right, third and longer here, 3rd and 10 for Howard. Scrambles around. He did find his guy. That's going to be a first down for K-State. That's a big conversion. Getting a little bit of breathing room out beyond midfield. Boy, Texas just lost the receiver in the middle of the field there. Gavin Holmes eventually made the tackle, but Texas just let a guy run free into a little zone there. And now here's Howard with another throw out to the right. Yeah.
Seems like Texas is playing a little bit of a bend but don't break defense here. They're playing off the receivers, making Kansas State go the length of the field to try to get points here. And they are right now. They're marching down the field. They're at the Texas 30. Let's see if Texas bringing 5, and they're going to get another flag. God, I got to look it up. How many freaking penalties is that on Kansas State? Let me go to the side-by-side comparison here of the stats.
While you're doing that, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I haven't even found the damn.
I was going to say, Keegan Johnson is the guy making these last couple catches for K-State. He is a wide receiver, sophomore out of Omaha. Coming into the game catch, he's only had 8 catches on the year. That's like 4 or 5. That's like 7th on the team. And this dude's making a couple big catches for them.
I'm looking it up, and Fox puts it on the screen. Both Texas and Kansas State with 6 penalties in this game so far.
So here's first down play. Another pass out to the right.
Very Xavier Worthy-ish there.
Yeah, that's Lee with a catch. It's interesting. K-State, I mean, they're forced to do it. We talked about it, but down 17 like this, they're really forced to, excuse me, down 20 like this, they're forced to get a little rhythm going, try to get some tempo, but they're forced to throw the ball, and they're doing it pretty well right now.
Tom G in the chat, in the Spec Super Chats, asking for some additional pass rush. Texas rushing 4, not bringing the extra man. I don't think we're going to see it here. They bring in 4 again. They dropped Anthony Hill into coverage. They throw it to the other side of the field in Kansas State. Oh, wow. Is that going to be 7?
Oh, goodness. Did he stay in?
He did. It's a touchdown for Kansas State. Phillip Brooks with – I just complimented the Longhorns on their tackling. There's me in my wizardry again, Chad. I say something and immediately jinx those involved. Who was it that missed that tackle? Was that Watts?
I mean,
there's nothing tricky about this. It is Ryan Watts.
Yeah, Watts is out there with him. Let's see. Yeah, you just got to put this dude on. Once he makes the catch there, you got to.
Oh, he just got juked out of his shorts, and I think he stays in bounds.
Yeah, that's the only question is, was there that one step where he might have hit the outside? I thought he went out of bounds real time, but I don't think he did. What a great job by Phillip Brooks. Like I said earlier, Catch, just this, it's the one guy Texas cannot let get going. Now he's got 2 touchdowns in the game. He's their threat. He's their weapon in the pass game if they have anybody. And now Texas has let him go, 2 touchdowns, the big one earlier, and now a little tightrope down the sideline.
And that is officially the last play of wow, he missed the extra point. Oh, no, I guess he made it? God, that was ugly.
Yeah, that was barely, if any. They're saying it did, 27-14.
All right, well, he got a better look at it than I did, but that looked like a shank. Maybe I saw the shadow of the ball. I'm not sure what that was. By the way, Ole Miss already driving the ball on A&M. Let's get some third quarter stats. You've got Baxter and Brooks both in a position to get 100 yards each in this game. Longhorns 25 for 199 rushing the ball, Chad.
There you go. Keep it up.
They're on their way to, I think, hitting 40. You would expect to see a heavy dose. We did see more of a heavy dose run game that came out early in the third quarter. Baxter. They've definitely tried, I think, to get the ball on the ground. Maalik Murphy really didn't do a lot in the third quarter. I mean, boy, that game efficiency number keeps going down, and Will Howard's keeps going up. Will Howard now at a 155.1 game rating. Maalik Murphy at 123.7. We can safely say at some point that this team's going to be better when Quinn Ewers comes back. There was a point earlier in this game, when Malik had it cooking, when there was suggestions that maybe there'll be a little bit of a quarterback controversy ultimately when Quinn comes back. And I don't know that that's actually where we're headed. I think today is proof that, because now you're winning the game you're up 24 to 14, or excuse me, 27-14, almost in spite of the quarterback play for the last couple of quarters. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but it's just kind of what's happened. Maalik Murphy in the second quarter was 5 of 10 for 23 yards. In the third quarter, he was 2 of 4 for 11 yards. So the passing game for the Longhorns, I guess the best number is no touchdowns, no interceptions is the best number there. But in the last 30 minutes of action, Maalik Murphy's thrown for 34 yards passing. And that's 23 in one quarter and 11 in the other.
Man.
I mean, it's just not good enough.
No, that is not good. By the way, late third quarter now, 21-9, Ohio State. Clemson still up 31-23 on Notre Dame. Fourth quarter start there. And Ole Miss driving up 28-21. So 2 close games, and then looks like Ohio State's going to stretch a little bit on Rutgers. No big shock there.
By the way, shout out to Austin Westlake, Ethan Burke, Michael Taaffe. Westlake having a big impact on the defensive side of the ball for the Longhorns today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Javier will take that again.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's the same super chat from earlier or not, but it's an attaboy instead of a shit bag. So I'll take it.
We will take that all day.
I'll take it because I was getting shit bags like a quarter and a half ago.
Yeah. By the way, how about this? Oh, you saw it. There it is. Yep. Trent, a little $1.99 super chat. Just cuz. Thank you, Trent.
Trent, if you have a comment that you want to make associated with that, because sometimes you accidentally hit the super chat button and you don't put in your comment. Trent, we'll make sure we get your comment in. Should you have a little comment? And while we wait for the start of the fourth quarter to begin here at DKR, and we're there, quite frankly, we'll get back to the game action.
I'll say I got to play done here. I got 23, 22, 21.
No, we're good. Yeah. We're good. No. I just didn't have my Fox app up. Are they going to call? Is this false start, or did they come across and make contact?
I didn't see it
to me. No, they're going to call a false start.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't see a Texas guy jump.
Played with false starts today. That one's on Cam Williams. That's his third false start of the game.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me on this catch. There's no way this dude caught the ball. My God, Ole Miss has some plays down the field catch. Number 9 for Ole Miss just made catch of the day. If he got this foot in, that is silly. Good grief, that's a silly catch if it's good. He got called. The Aggie got called for PI, and the dude almost makes the Odell Beckham catch with one foot down on the sideline. Like it's a one-handed reached out. God, what a play that is if they let it stand.
Malik had a wide open Adonai Mitchell there and just doesn't throw a good ball.
Man, yeah, that needed to
Malik
be
has definitely lost his juju.
Catch, he had a throw to Adonai on a little pass out to the right earlier in the game that I thought was nice. It had a little touch on it. This just needed just a tad more touch. Oh, man.
It's not the easiest throw to make, but it's a wide open Mitchell. It's a play that you absolutely have to make if you're gonna be a starting quarterback at this level. It's now 3rd and 14, balls at the 21. This isn't a place where you would expect Texas to make. Oh no!
Malik
Murphy and then he fumbles.
Just threw a pick.
It looks like Kansas State recovered the fumble, but it's going to be 1st and 10 at the Texas 12-yard line.
Whoo!
And wow, that just happened. We were just talking about Maalik Murphy. It looks like he's trying. Who's he trying to get the ball to? He's trying to throw the ball to Hayden Connor. Who, surprise, surprise, was not looking for the football when it came his way.
Catch, is there a chance that Sanders cut inside and maybe Murphy thought he was cutting outside and he was trying to throw to Sanders?
Well, Sanders is about 10 yards away from the throw, but maybe it looked like where Hayden Connor was set up that it looked like maybe that was supposed to be some sort of screen.
Yeah, I think Jonathan Brooks was somewhere in that mess. He might have been trying to find him, but thought Hayden Connor was Jonathan Brooks.
Well, I couldn't see. Yeah, I could not see what he was.
He clearly targeted Hayden Connor.
Yeah, right.
And now that changes the complexion of this game. So Kansas State, after scoring a touchdown, boy, it makes that earlier throw on 2nd down that Malik couldn't stick even more important because he makes the critical mistake on 3rd and 14 when all he needed to do was do anything other than the thing he did.
Wow. Yeah,
Punt.
exactly.
Sark's going to tell him, reserve the right to punt. And because we were literally, as the play was beginning, I was like, look, 3rd and 14. This isn't a down and distance. You expect Texas to convert. He gets a little hurried. He gets a little rushed. He makes that throw. Now, if you're Texas, keep them out of the end zone. Make them try a field goal. And you don't lose a lot off of your lead. It's still a 2-score game. But Kansas State's just scored a touchdown, and now it's a 1-score game.
I say 2nd and 10, little dump pass back to that same dude, the guy that's gotten going for them. Keegan Johnson gets the touchdown catch after making a couple other big catches. Howard had to roll out on 1st down, just threw it out of bounds, but that is not the 2nd and 10 play Texas was looking for. That's probably one of those play action things that worked, because they've been running on 2nd and 10 all day. And now they just a little slide. Good job by Howard to get up in the pocket.
Well, and that was one of those crossing patterns that plagued Texas 2 weeks ago in Houston. Not so much. Now it's a 27-21 game with 13:33 to go. So the game's back on. And the game's back on because Texas did really the one thing they could ill afford for Maalik Murphy to do. And we've been talking all half long about how Malik's really been wretched since the end of the first quarter. Let me go back through this. Malik was 7 of 11 for 152 and a touchdown. He had a 209 quarterback rating in the first quarter. Since that play, or since the end of the first quarter, he is, I think, only completed. So he ends up 7 of 11. He's now 7 of his last 16 for 34 yards and 2 interceptions.
Oof. Yeah, that's terrible. That is terrible. And how many combined runs right now? Was that number went to 25? Where is it?
It's 26.
Yeah, it needs to continue to go up. I would have loved to have seen Jonathan Brooks with a carry there. By the way, late 3rd quarter in Oxford, Lane Kiffin took his medicine and kicked a field goal. 31-21 Rebels, late 3rd quarter in that one. But yeah, I mean, and that's just a rough throw too. I know what Sark's going to tell us, Catch. He's going to tell us you can't just run everything, and I got to let my quarterback have some throws and whatever. I can't totally shut that part down, but just a bad decision for 6. You got to wonder how they're going to come out now.
Well, they're going to need Maalik Murphy to make some plays in this 4th quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, how do you balance that coming out? I got to think this next drive, I'd let that kid breathe a little bit. Even if I've got to go run, punt, I would let him breathe for a drive here and not ask him to make a big throw for at least a drive.
It's crazy that in the last 32 minutes of actual game time, Texas has thrown for 34 yards. I mean, I think Sark's probably a little, I don't want to say confused. It's not puzzled. I think he may be a little puzzled about his instinct's going to be to throw the football. I think he knows they have to connect on some pass plays to finish this game out. But I think he's also probably telling himself, we got to run the ball more. We got to lean on Brooks. We got to lean on I'm a little surprised we haven't seen a few screens. Like if you got to get Maalik Murphy a little bit more confidence and maybe that's what that was supposed to be. Ironically enough, maybe that was supposed to be a screen to either Brooks or Sanders.
I think you might be right there. That's kind of what Blake was seeing. What Blake, the producer, was seeing there too, was that thought maybe Brooks was the guy. Maybe that.
But I think you got to go back to that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what just happened. But I think you may want to try to simplify this for Maalik Murphy. You've got Sanders with 1 catch in this game. I think they can be aggressive and conservative at the same time. I think the thing they got to be careful of, they can't go 3 and out here and give the ball right back to Kansas State. So I would expect them to run the ball maybe on 1st down, but they can't go on they can't play this game in the 4th quarter on offense on training wheels. We'll see what they do here. Can Texas play penalty-free football on top of that? They go to Jonathan Brooks. On the very first carry, he picks up 9.5.
Man, that's a great run.
Take some more of that, Chad.
Yeah, good balance, good power. Put the hand down to get a little extra. That's going to be big. By the way, Catch, not to play what if too much, but what if Texas didn't have that doorstep touchdown right now?
It's hard to do that because, everything that happens afterwards changes. So
I get it, but I'm just saying that was right at the doorstep, one play touchdown. If you don't have, I know it wasn't a true turnover touchdown, but it felt like it.
By the way, he fumbled, and Kansas State's got the football.
Oh no! Holy smokes! Was that Brooks?
I couldn't see who it was that actually. It was Brooks.
You got to be kidding me, Texas! Come on now. That's horrible. That is horrible. Never help a team like this out. You already helped them enough.
Not good ball protection at all. I mean, that shouldn't have been that shouldn't be the kind of play that causes a fumble. The guy just kind of tries to, as he's going by Baxter, he just reaches out and tries to pull at it a little bit, but it wasn't one of those huge pulls that sometimes we see. And I just don't think Baxter was sensing it at all. And now Kansas State has the ball on the Texas 32.
Yeah, something like, right around there. Yeah, right around the 30-yard. I think you're exactly right on the 32.
It's Texas's second turnover in the first 2 minutes and 16 seconds of the fourth quarter. And Kansas State's going to take a shot right away, and they got a touchdown. And Kansas State's a point away, a PAT away from taking a 28-27 lead on the Longhorns.
Holy smoke. Jace Brown.
Wow.
Freshman.
Wow.
The freshman.
When coaches talk about turnovers and how important they are and how you have to avoid them like the plague, this is what they talk about. A 27-7 game has turned into a PAT away from a 28-27 lead with 12:37 to go. And that's offsides. And I don't know that it matters. He kicked the PAT, or they're going to let that continue to go. A devastating turn of events for the Longhorns. And before anybody says it, I was wrong. It doesn't mean that I'm responsible, though. Don't blame me. Don't blame me for Jonathan Brooks' fumble. Again, unless you want to actually call me a sorcerer, I'm kind of okay with taking the blame as long as you give me a cool nickname to go with it. I think what's more concerning is that Texas has allowed this to happen, and not just allowed it to happen. They've allowed it to happen really quickly and far too easily, right? So you're up 27-7. You let them get back into the game with poor tackling along the sideline. Now it's 27-13. And then, and now we've got it. Wow. Holy crap.
Uh-oh. Oh, my God. Bad snap on the extra point. Kicker is tackled, so K-State gets nothing out of the extra point. It's a tie ball game.
Just what we were expecting. All. By the way, they called offsides on Kansas State and the kicker, or on Texas, and the kicker converted the PAT. And they didn't give it to him. They went half the distance, and then they fumble the snap on the next play. Of course, college football.
Catch, don't they? Do they have the option to take that point? Did they have to run the play again?
I guess they would have said that they stopped. Maybe they blew the whistle.
Okay, so when it was dead, they blew it dead.
He honestly was so far into the backfield that I kind of get it, but they did follow through on the play. It worked out great for Texas, and I saw it in the chat. JF said it. It's a 0-0 game now with a little less than 13 minutes to go in the third quarter. And, Chad, I'm going to go right back to what we were talking about on the last Texas drive. What do you do if you're Sark? Because you need Maalik Murphy to make some throws. And maybe you just go back to what you were doing on that last drive because it was working. I think what will get lost on the Brooks fumble is that he picked up a first down on the play. Would have been their second first down of the drive. And instead, you're looking at a situation where Texas got to get it back together. There's a lot on the line right now. I mean,
I think you run the ball. You run the ball to establish the pacing like you have throughout the game. You keep that number headed towards 40 combined runs. But then the other guy blinking at me right now, it's Worthy. It feels like a while since there's been any kind of Worthy moment. We've seen a couple that didn't connect, but we know these guys have connected. That little stop route they've started a game with Murphy and Worthy, I look for those. Adonai Mitchell's another guy he feels comfortable with. So can you get those two guys connected? I'm looking for one of those two receivers whenever you ask him to throw, but I'd still base everything on the run game. I mean, I understand that fumble was the run game, but you can't go away from it now. You can't look at that play and say, well, Maalik Murphy's now going to have to throw in all these situations. I'd still base it on the run game.
By the way, it's Ohio State 21-16 in the fourth quarter, but Ohio State is driving. Probably should have had a touchdown in the end zone to move that thing back up to 2 scores. They are driving, though. Clemson still up over Notre Dame, 31-23, 8:08 left in the fourth quarter. A&M knocking on the doorstep, first and goal, down 31-21.
Yeah, Anais Smith just made an incredible catch. This game has had a couple of big boy catches in it, one each way. And A&M is putting up a fight here in this second half. They've converted some third downs that they didn't in the first half.
Back to our game. That's going to be a short bouncing kickoff. Keelan Robinson is going to get a return. I've been wondering if he was going to get one, and he did, and it did not go well. Longhorns will be first and 10 inside their 15-yard line. Kansas State right now with all the momentum in the world.
Yeah,
all the
absolutely.
momentum in the world. And what is the stat? The last win after trailing by 20 points was against number 3 Oklahoma, where they won. Talking about Kansas State here, 3 years ago, they beat Kansas State when they were down by 20 plus. Amazing to think that Texas was up 20 plus in the third quarter, and we're at 12:30 to go in the fourth quarter, and it's a 0-0 game, and the Longhorns are 85 yards away from the Kansas State end zone.
And
what do we got here?
I was going to say, are they about to be further?
Well, it's going to be a delay game. I wonder if there's some sort of clock issue. I mean, it was down to 3 on the play clock, and they just stopped it. Are they just going to reset it at 25 seconds and forget anything happened?
They need to come up with a hand sign for "We're the Big 12 officials are bad." Like, they just need to come up with that one, whatever that is. Put up a 12, do like 10 fingers plus 2. I think that's basically what we're talking about here. By the way, A&M did get the touchdown there with Amari Daniels. It's 31-28 Ole Miss, and they are early fourth quarter. So two close games here.
Why is this taking so long?
I have no idea.
What could have possibly happened that they can't just restart the play clock and get this thing going? Which is,
if I caught what he said, they said they placed the ball on the wrong hash.
Okay. So here's Maalik Murphy.
Good job,
There's Adonai Mitchell. Ask for it and ye shall receive. Number 5.
Boy, they needed that. They needed that in a big way. And I will say this. I think at some point on this drive, I would try to get Jonathan Brooks involved in the passing game. He's been so good as a receiver. I think officially, does he have 0 catches so far today?
Yeah, it's back.
Yeah, like they haven't gone to that well very often in this game. They're going to CJ Baxter here on 1st and 10. Not a lot there. No gain officially. It's going to be 2nd and 10 from the Texas 27-yard line. And here's Fox reminding us all that Texas was 2-4 last year in 1-score games. This is the type of game that Steve Sarkisian needs to prove that he can win more of. Doing it with a backup quarterback, easier said than done. Second down play, they're going back to Malik. And you're right, him and Mitchell, we said this earlier in the game.
Yeah.
He and Mitchell have a rapport that he and Worthy don't have yet.
Yeah, big moments, big play catches. Mitchell did it at Georgia in some big moments. He's done it here these last few weeks, and it just feels like they're in a rhythm right now.
7 for 135 right now for Adonai Mitchell. And look, that's big for Malik. 2 completions in a row. It kind of feels like they can, and the running game's really bogging down.
Yeah, it is.
They're trying to get some run game established on this drive. They go back to Baxter. Boy, Baxter's been sitting on 90-ish yards. He's officially at 92, but it feels like he's been at 92 for a long time.
Yeah.
91 for a long time.
How many total runs for Texas?
31.
31. Okay, there's 32, and that's Jonathan Brooks back in the game. Good 6 or 7 yard run there. It's just different, Catch. It is different when 24 carries the ball. Baxter still, he'll find it at some point, I'm sure, and he's been good at times. Boy, it's different when 24 carries the ball.
Well, now we're looking at 3rd down, but it's a 3rd and manageable. 3rd and 3. It's early in the 4th quarter still, 10-15 to go. It's a big play for the Texas offense. You just don't want to keep giving Kansas State the ball back and not being able to get anything going offensively. Although I'll say this, you'll take a punt if you can't convert over a field goal. We're also they run a little pitch to Jonathan Brooks, and he does what you would need. This goes back to like putting Savion Red into the game when you're in short yardage. You could do that,
right?
Or give it to the guy that's ultimately your best player on offense this season over the course of the first 8 games, Jonathan Brooks, and he picks up 4 on a 3rd, or picks up 5 on a 3rd and 3. Moves the chains. We'll see how much the Longhorns can take off the clock on this drive and how it ends. But this drive's taken some time off the clock. We're under 10 minutes.
Oh, goodness. That's an ugly throw to Worthy.
Boy, that's Xavier Worthy's wide open, and Murphy just skips the ball to him.
Murphy knows it. And Worthy, you mentioned Worthy's frustration earlier. You can see it. He's trying to keep it cool. He's trying to be a leader and not flip out, but he knows he's missed some opportunities today. And just the ball hadn't been delivered like it needs to be.
He's wide open inside the 25-yard line.
Yeah. No, he's going to turn that
upfield
and take off.
10.
Look at Brooks. Woo! Mercy.
And it's a late flag.
Oh no. What is that?
Is that a late hold or is that a late face mask?
I didn't see a face mask.
Late flag.
Brooks. Is that something you got to hope maybe that's somebody, maybe a defensive lineman threw it and they're saying holding, but is it defensive holding?
I mean, it's so late. Usually that's an interior call against the defense if it goes that way.
They called offense.
Yeah, it's on the offense. They got it on DJ Campbell.
Let's see.
Now, can Texas, now down in distance has been thrown off?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know that I like that. I see that in a Big 12 game. I mean, DJ Campbell just threw a dude to the ground.
Yeah.
But not in a holding way, but like in I'm going to manhandle you to the ground.
Yeah.
We never see that called in the Big 12.
No, next year in the SEC, I think they're going to call that second down.
Well, it is second down. It's 2nd and 20.
Yeah.
But now Texas is back across midfield. They're throwing the ball.
Oof. Good throw.
It's a good strike. And again, it's Maalik Murphy to Adonai Mitchell. That's the pairing right now.
Yeah.
That's 8 for 149 for Adonai Mitchell. He's having a career game today. And it sets up the next big 3rd down of the game, right? 3rd and 6. We're now under 8.5 minutes. 3rd and 6. What your go-to play here is, well, it depends. I might run the ball if I can get it. This is 2-down territory. They're in kind of no man's land with the ball at the 37. But if they pick up 3 or 4 yards here, I mean, you are in Bert Auburn territory. They're going to throw a crossing pattern to Xavier Worthy. And that just was not the right play. It's going to set up a 4th and 4.
Now, I mean, to me, you almost got to go here because that's too long a field goal.
Well, is it?
I mean, what would it be here? That'd be over a 50-yard kick, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'm just, it's 4th and 4. Yes, Sark's almost certainly going to go for it. But we did see him connect from 49 earlier. And it would have been easily good.
It'd be 50.
Maybe you don't want to ask him to kick a 53-yard field goal, but
yeah, that would have been long. Let's see what 4th and 4 is. Gonna pass it. Murphy, nice throw. Good catch.
Nice
Hello,
throw,
JT Sanders.
Good catch. Welcome to the game, Jatavion Sanders.
Yeah, it's a big play.
That's a big throw by Maalik Murphy at a time when he's really struggled throwing the football. He's actually been very accurate in going to Sanders and Mitchell on this drive. Didn't hit that ball to Worthy, but other than that, this has been a good drive for Maalik Murphy. Back to Brooks they go, and he's just, man, that should have been a no gain, and he picked up 5.
He's just a good, nasty runner, man. Boy, that was another big physical run. By the
And
way,
that puts him
Aggie's got
over 100 yards, by the way. He's at 104.
There it is. Got him over 99, 98, now get him over 100 yards. Aggies got a stop they needed. They got the ball almost to midfield, 31-28, Ole Miss.
Longhorns, this will be the 12th play of the drive. They've taken – this has been a 6-minute drive. Remember, it started at the 15. Oh, no.
Goodness.
Woo.
Yeah.
You're a little bit ahead of me, Chad. So you said, oh, no. I'm like, what's going on? What happened? Who? What? Who did it?
I'll get you a little pause there. See if I can get you ahead of me.
Now, I don't need to be ahead, just not enough behind. Boy, that could have gone. That ball got tipped up way up into the air.
Yeah, if that thing had come down in K-State's hands, there's going to be a lot of room to run. Thankfully,
all right, it's 3rd and 5. It's going to take another big Malik. Now you're definitely in field goal range. So decision making. Murphy goes into the end zone, and it's going to be an incomplete pass. Xavier Worthy wants a hold.
Yeah.
Malik was pressured on that play and just kind of had to get rid of it. The Longhorns, you're going to get it come away with a field goal attempt here. Sarkisian is pissed. Let's see on the replay here what exactly happens to Xavier Worthy. I don't think that's a hold or pass interference.
Yeah, there was a little contact, almost a little contact, but I don't think there was enough of a grab. But yeah, Sark wanted it.
Now you're getting Bert Auburn staring down the barrel of a 34-yard field goal attempt, and it is good. Longhorns go back up 30-27. Bert Auburn, 3 of 3 today.
I feel like I've seen that before, Catch. Bert Auburn making it 30-27. That might just be my weird memory, but I think I've seen that before.
You have seen 30-27 with Bert Auburn making a field goal. Level 1 confirmed. You have seen that before.
Yeah. Now let's not see what happened after the last 30-27 when the defense gave it up way too easy. Texas gets the lead. Bert Auburn with a big kick when it didn't matter as much, and then with a big kick when it absolutely matters and they need to get the lead back. That's huge. 30-27 Texas.
That was a 14-play, 69-yard drive, 6 minutes and 27 seconds on the clock that go off. It totally changes where we are in the game, because Kansas State probably feels like they've got 2 possessions. Texas might, depending on what happens, might get 1. We're at a point now where you're counting possessions. You certainly can't count on having more than 2 if you're Kansas State with 6.5 minutes to go. Yeah. So they're down 3. How aggressive will Kansas State be, knowing that, quite frankly, they need to be aggressive?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Blake, the super producer, give your Longhorns their points. 30-27. Longhorns take the lead in the 4th quarter. It's a good question, though. Yeah, how aggressive do you want to be? I mean, if I'm K-State, Catch, do I keep going back to that passing game? Do I just keep that rhythm passing game going, and I act like it's whatever your mindset has been, keep going. Make Texas deal with Phillip Brooks and make them deal with Johnson and make them deal with these guys. I mean, they've unleashed about 2 or 3 receivers all of a sudden on Texas. I'd make them keep dealing with that right now if I'm climbing.
By the way, go back to that Keelan Robinson kickoff return that doesn't get out beyond the 15-yard line. Texas is able to drive 69 yards. That's a lot. That was a good drive. But being able to execute 85 yards of distance, it's tough. It's why when we were talking about when Ethan Burt forced the fumble way back early in the third quarter, that you want to take advantage of these moments where they're 80, 85 yards away, hold them there. At worst, I guess if you're is that a win for Kansas State's defense that you forced them into 3? Maybe. I guess it depends on what happens next. But you kept them out of the end zone, and now your offense doesn't have to be desperate. At this point, they just have to get the game tied. Yeah,
no, this is the type of game I think a lot of us thought it would be. My prediction was 30-24. So you were at 24-20. I mean, we were a lot of people were picking the game in this neighborhood, 20s, 30s. This is kind of what we thought we would see. And for whatever else has happened, it's a big boy football game. It's a 1-score game, and you got to win it. So, yeah, I'd feel good if I'm K-State there. Hold for the field goal. You can do really whatever you want. But if I'm K-State, I go right back to that tempo passing game. I might even try to speed up the tempo a little bit, like they've done at times, because that
6:03 on the clock. You can't middle around too much.
Right. But I mean, they that's what got them back in this game. They felt like they got a little tempo to them and felt like they had to throw it, and it's worked.
Will Howard, 4 touchdown passes since the end of the first quarter. He and Malik Murphy had wildly opposite games. Murphy was sensational in the first and has been very poor since. Howard was very poor in the first and has been pretty sensational since. He's 17 of 25 for 217 and 4 touchdowns with an interception. Obviously, here he is working the middle of the field. Boy, nice coverage there by Jaron Thompson. Wonder did he get his hands on the field? By the way, Texas A&M, 1st and goal at the 1-yard line, and Max Johnson is, I don't think he got in there. It's going to say, what do they do? They give him a touchdown? No, I think they're going to call him short. But there's less than 5 minutes to go in the game in Oxford.
Yep.
And A&M on the verge of saving Jimbo Fisher's job. We'll keep you updated on that. 3rd and 7 in our game. And my screen literally just blinked. And in the middle of a play, Fox put up a Cowboys-Eagles ad. Thank you, Fox, for that.
Howard on a scramble. Oh, there's a flag on the end of this. Howard scrambled trying to get to the line. And are they going to throw like an unnecessary roughness on the backside of this play? He gets up limping a little bit. Kansas State guys on that sideline are excited about it.
He didn't get the first down. It looks like he ran about 1 yard short of the first down. And like you said, then now comes the flag. They're having a long conversation about it.
Yeah, it feels like that kind of a reaction penalty catch when you see the flag thrown right there. The sideline's going to
huge call.
Yeah, sideline's going to call for it, and we'll see if that's what it is. After this kind of a conversation, you feel like that's going to be the call. This couldn't be all
against Kansas State.
Oh wow, okay. So they talked themselves away from
guys. Two fouls.
And then there's a personal foul.
There it is.
So okay, so
that's offset?
No, it's a. I guess they're calling it an after the play penalty. So they're not.
Oh, okay.
So it was a hold, but then they also got the late hit, and it's going to give Kansas State a first down.
All right, let's take a look at this late hit. Is this on the white or not? Is it vicious
it's a late
or
hit.
not?
It's not a huge hit, but Watts does like dip his head and his shoulders.
And he cracked him on the helmet too. Yeah, he got a little bit. There's not on the helmet. He got contact on the back, immediately threw his hands up, which is the international symbol for, I might have done it, but I'm going to show you I didn't do it. And he didn't get that call.
He tried to pull back, but
yeah, he tried.
It was, I think, a 50-50 call, and it landed on heads for the Longhorns at the wrong time. Kansas State setting up. Oh, my God. A great call when the Longhorns finally bring extra men to try to get Will Howard pressured. And Kansas State with a perfect play call. They drop a little screen over the middle to Sanat, and now it's 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. They're going super tempo there. They got that ball off, and Will Howard is going to get a completion out of that. There is a flag.
Yeah, that was a nice little
And I wonder if Kansas State was set.
That was a nice little float pass down the right side, but I'm with you. I think that's it. That's what it felt like. Felt like there was a little bit of didn't quite get set.
Yeah, they're going to call. Oh, it's an illegal substitution.
Okay.
Texas had 12 guys on the field. Yeah.
Oh, geez.
They declined the penalty. It's going to be 1st and 10. You can see on the replay, they're trying to get guys off the field. Kansas State went super tempo. Barryn Sorrell slowed down as he was getting ready to get off the field. It ultimately didn't make a difference because they completed a pass play. It's now 1st and 10 at the Texas 34, less than 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the game. Kansas State already in field goal range.
Yeah, the great catch by Giddens, too.
Great pressure by the Texas defense on this play. It gets Howard to scramble out, and he makes a great throw along the sidelines. Another first down for Kansas State, and Will Howard is just feeling it right now.
It's Brooks again.
This is actually, we're watching the best quarterback play that Texas has faced all season. This is better than right now. Will Howard is in a stretch. They're gonna look at this to see if the ball hit the ground.
Yeah, it's close.
I thought it was a catch. Actually, there's an injury, and an official review. We've got both.
Yeah. Ryan
Watts is holding his hamstring.
I was gonna say he's grabbing at that hamstring area. So Brooks makes the catch. His knee goes down. Then he makes the catch, but then
I don't know.
Because the question is, the knees
down. Would call this a catch, but I do think the ball hits the ground on some level, but it doesn't look like the ground forced the ball to move in any way that I think impacted the catch. Maybe they're going to zoom in here. I think it's a catch.
Does he land enough? Does enough of him land in bounds? That's the start. And then, like you said, does the ball move a little bit where you could argue, all right, he's not resetting the catch. We had one of those in a previous game. Was it the last game? BYU, maybe? Yeah, the BYU receiver had one of those where the ball moved. Remember, as he hit the ground on the sideline, and they called it incomplete. But this one had a lot less movement to it. I'm with you. My gut tells me that's a catch.
It's close. I mean, I won't be surprised either way with how they do this. It looks like a catch to me.
Yeah. Haven't they established in college now, like the NFL, where they feel like if you have control, the ball can move, but as long as you maintain the control, still a catch? Is that still kind of the
ball does? I don't know. I'll be honest. This is why I'm not a referee.
Right. Oh, that's a tough job. Tough job in real time, and sometimes it even gets tough when you have all the technology to look at it. Here we go.
It's first down. They're giving him the catch.
First down, man. All right. Texas defense trying to respond to do what K-State did. Force a field goal.
So in the end, the game wasn't over at 17-0. Just duly noted. I am shocked at the reversal in this game after Texas goes up 27-7. Kudos to Kansas State. Texas got to finish this game. The season is on the line in these final 4 minutes, and Kansas State is knocking on the door. 1st and 10 at the 17. They run the ball. And there's a little bit of that Texas defense that we've been missing for much of the second half.
Is that Anthony
Kansas
Hill?
State, I think, maybe trying to take a little time off the clock.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, their offense right now is Will Howard.
Yes.
And Will Howard's in the zone enough that we've seen Texas now try to bring extra pressure. They're trying to do everything they can to get Will Howard just out of his comfort zone because he's just in the zone right now. It's 2nd and 9, balls on the 16. I'm guessing now we're going to see Kansas State go back to Will Howard. They do a little RPO. They throw a screen. Oh, no. Touchdown saving tackle by Barryn Sorrell.
Yeah.
But now the clock's under 3 minutes, and Kansas State's got a 1st and goal. I mean, good grief. Good night. Great play call by Kansas State, though. You know what? Let's see if they review this. And no, they're calling it actually 3rd and 1.
Yeah.
But they are going to review it. But I think his knee was down. He was short of the first down. I thought he got it. Like,
I did too.
Watch in real time, but they spot it, Chad, as a third down. And when they showed it in slow motion, it looks like he is short. Here's a better look at it. It's a great tackle by Barryn Sorrell.
Yeah, let's see here.
He is down. He's short. He's a yard short. Good spot in real time by the officiating crew. Huge tackle by Barryn Sorrell.
Yeah, that's a big play. Yeah, real speed. I thought he was well across that line by the time he goes down, but it's a good review because you see that. I didn't see the knee go down, when it did, and it was a little bit earlier than kind of your gut told you.
By the way, A&M is up 35-31 on Ole Miss. 3.5 minutes to go in that game. Ole Miss with the ball. They are driving. I think they're on the other side of the 50. Yeah, they're at the A&M 31-yard line. They just pick up a first down that game. Both of these games coming down to the absolute end. Ohio State up by 12. They're going to beat Rutgers. That game's not really a concern of anybody at this point. Ohio State's going to do enough. Clemson, Dabo's punching the field. And it's because there's less than a minute to go in the game, and Clemson has got the ball.
He's going to win?
So he's going to win 31-23 over Notre Dame. Notre Dame's got a couple of timeouts, which obviously they will use. But Clemson, with an 8-point lead, they've got the ball at the Notre Dame 42. And Kate Klubnik about to pick up a big win. Talk about guys also under pressure.
Yeah, and today's Dabo post-game comments brought to you by Tyler in Spartanburg.
Tyler?
That's going to be special, Tyler, to hear what Dabo has to say on the field after that game.
By the way, this took a long time for them to review. So both teams get an unofficial timeout on this play. Because it took so long to review. It felt like we were actually in a timeout. Mm-hmm. So here's the deal. 3rd and 1, Chad, 2:37 left on the clock. Clearly, Kansas State, they've got a chance with a conversion to make Texas use their timeouts to run the clock down. But they also will be in a position if they can't convert this, they'll likely have to take the field goal, right? Like they can't be so ballsy that they're not playing for overtime. They're going empty back here on 3rd and 1. Texas got a lot of guys bunched on the line of scrimmage. Kansas State trying to go quarterback draw. Awful play call. Play call. It was as if Texas had that dude from Michigan on the sidelines there, Chad.
Yeah, that was a Stallions moment.
Because Texas was in a defense that seemed to be screaming, we know you're going quarterback run here. And Howard's pissed. My God. He's yelling F-bombs. I think he's like, I've got a hot hand. What are we doing? And now Kansas State attempting a 27-yard field goal.
Yeah.
And he missed it.
He missed the field goal. Oh, he hooks it. Yep. Wow. Missing that, screwing up that extra point catch, and now missing a chip shot field goal. 30-27, Texas. Kansas State does have all the timeouts, but whoa, what? Just a hook.
I did not see South End Zone Queen there, but in spirit, she's cheering for sure. Because that's her part of the end zone. I need to go back. I need to show that again. I need to see if she's in, if we can see her on the replay.
Man, that's incredible. We both had a chance to meet South End Zone Queen last night. That was fantastic at the Pinthouse event. Shout out to South End Zone Queen and Money B and a lot of the other folks that showed up that hang out in the chat with us on the watch along and on House Divided and on Orangebloods Live throughout the week. We appreciate it.
I was with Money B until I don't know. I got home after 1 o'clock. So it maybe been after 11 before I left.
Damn. Okay.
Or after 10, I can't remember.
Yeah, that's very cool.
It was nice meeting Money B, though. Boy, if you're Texas, okay, so look, let's reset the game situation. Kansas State has all 3 of their timeouts. So Texas now is going to have the ball 1st and 10 at the 9. Obviously, a couple first downs, game over. Mm-hmm. Can they Can they do that? In a world where Kansas State knows that Texas is going to run the football, can they? Because the thing is, Kansas State's got enough turnovers that if you go 3 and out in your Texas, Kansas State will get the ball with no timeouts, but they'll put the ball back in Will Howard's hands and then presumably wouldn't, call quarterback draws on 4. I hated the play call. Will Howard hated the play call. He literally cursed his coaches out on the way back to the sideline.
Is that right? Wow.
Oh, yeah.
There were
numerous F-bombs. He was livid. That was before the missed field goal.
Yeah, it really was a give. We've talked about give up plays for them today, and it definitely felt like that. But Catch, I just go back to Tuscaloosa right now. We watched this team kill 6.5, 7 minutes. It's not that, obviously, but you got your backup quarterback in, but get nasty, run the ball. Where are they total runs right now?
Well, these are championship plays, right?
Total.
I mean, this is what's on the line, is the ability to really and truly compete for a Big 12 championship. I don't think they can lose this game, and they can, but I don't think they would. They're showing Sark here on the field goal attempt.
Yeah,
boy, Kansas State. I kind of feel, and now because it was inside the 10, it's actually on the 20-yard line. They run CJ Baxter on the first play. They move the ball out to the 20 because of the distance of the field goal. So 2nd down and 10. A minute 39 on the clock. Kansas State uses the first of its 3 timeouts. Yeah. Not what you want if you're Texas.
No, and that was Brooks. I would do it again. I mean, I'd continue to try to think about these running backs, but I would definitely have a nice little play action play ready to go here, Catch. Play action to Adonai Mitchell feels like
read my mind.
Right?
That's
play.
If we get to 3rd and more than 5, I think you just called the play.
Yeah. Maybe a Sanders if you really like something with Sanders, but I'd go play action to 5, man. They're in a rhythm. They like you. They know what each other's thinking. That's what I'd do.
By the way, they're advertising that big noon kickoff next week. Michigan and Penn State.
Oof.
That's going to be in Happy Valley. Will be Michigan tested for the first time this season. All right, back to action here for the Longhorns. 2nd and 10, coming out of a timeout. A lot of time on the play clock. Kansas State not really stacking the box. Here's Jonathan Brooks, who picks up 6.
Nice run. Yep, there it is.
Curious that Kansas State didn't have an extra guy in the box there. And they ran it right up the middle with Brooks. It sets up a 3rd and 3. Kansas State now calling a timeout. If you're Kansas State now, you need 11 in the box.
Yeah, absolutely. 3rd and 3. So yeah, Texas has got some options here. We'll see what they do. By the way, Catch, Ole Miss answers with a touchdown. Judkins just got in the end zone with where I'm going to see the clock here. 140 to go. Extra point for Ole Miss is good. 38-35. Ole Miss. Aggies will get the ball with 140 and 2 timeouts left.
I think we're going to see a sprint option here for Texas. I think they got the ball on the left hash mark. I think we're going to try to see them get outside to the right hash mark here in space in the running game. I don't think they're going to try to go between the tackles. They got a little bunch formation here. They're going it's 11 personnel. They've got a receiver inside. There's the sprint option that I called for. Kansas State was ready for it. They get a 2-yard loss.
Catch. Why in the world is Baxter the back on that play? Why is 24 not the guy on that play? I was just about to say, I like that pitch they ran earlier, the sweep with Brooks.
Because I don't have a good answer for you, Chad.
Man, I do not love that person.
I don't know how on the biggest play of the game offensively. I mean, look, Sark once upon a time had Reggie Bush on the sideline.
Oh God, I just thought of it. I wasn't going to say it out loud, but you're right. That's the thing.
I mean, that wasn't his fault that day, right? Because ultimately Norm Chow's your OC, but you can't go away from your best player. And Sark just too often does exactly that. Kansas State's going to get the ball back. It's 4th and 5, if you're wondering. Kansas State with Phillip Brooks back in punt. If you're Kansas State in Texas, if you're Texas, you want to try to draw a penalty. If you're Kansas State, they almost block the punt.
Chance for Sandberg.
It bounces around. It takes a bad bounce. Kansas State's going to get the ball at about their own 40-yard line with 1:18 to go. And Will Howard now with a chance to be the hero. They don't need 6, though, right? So they wanted 7 on the last drive. A field goal will push this game into overtime. And how aggressive Kansas State treats this drive. No timeouts. How long does it, if they get into field goal range? By the way, how much do you trust your field goal kicker at this point, given that he's missed the AT, although not completely on his own, but then he misses a 27-yarder.
Yes.
Well, there's a world that exists where Kansas State has the ball back and it's a 30-30 game with a chance to win it. Now it's 30-27, and they're going to pick up positive yardage on first down. If you're Kansas State, you'll take 5 on, I guess technically they gave them 4. It's going to set up, they're calling it 2nd and 5. It looked like the spot was short of a 5-yard gain. We're quibbling here.
Thank goodness that they didn't call Texas for a late hit out of bounds. It was a little bit of a tap, but thankfully they didn't call it.
2nd and 5 at the 45-yard line. Will Howard all day to throw the ball, and he's just taking what's being given to him. They convert into a first down. He gets out of bounds. 1:07 left on the clock. They are now, I guess, right at midfield.
Yeah.
So they're only, they're across midfield now. They're about 15 yards away from, I think, being from a distance wise in safe territory. Do they try to take a shot here? Will Howard again all day to throw it. He's pointing. He's going short. Doesn't get anything on that play.
Okay, I say Kwiatkowski's got to figure out a way to generate some pressure here. There's just you keep saying it over and over again all day. Howard's got all day. Howard's got time. Howard's got, like, you're trying to come up with a different way to say it each time. Texas has got to find a way to get in his business.
Well, it's getting worse as the game goes along.
Exactly.
They were really getting pressure on him earlier in this game. I think since the Ethan Burke strip sack in the third quarter, we haven't really seen Will Howard pressured a lot. Here's Kansas State running a screenplay. They're going to get a little bit out of that, but it's going to set up a 3rd and 7-ish with the clock's running. They pick up 3 yards on a screenplay that ends up coming all the way across the field. 3rd and 6 with 37 seconds to go in the game.
There's your ball game.
Kansas State. Oh, we're going to get it. Oh, my God. How did Will Howard get out of that?
Should have been a sack.
Now, it's an incomplete pass.
Incomplete pass. Sweat
so
should have
here's
had
the ball game, 4th and 6. Will Howard should have been sacked. He got away from it. And ultimately, the inability to get him on the ground hasn't completely cost the Longhorns. But here we go. It's 4th and 6.
Yep. This
is the ball game if you're Texas. And if you're Kansas State and you convert, if you're Texas, call a timeout here. Call a timeout. Think about it. This is a weird little.
Yeah. Do you not call the timeout?
Because if they convert here, they're really close to field goal range. So, I think we can forget about a touchdown. I don't think they're taking a shot here.
Yeah. No timeout for Texas. 4th and 6.
They're bringing blitz. They bring it off the edge. Wide open receiver. Kansas State inside the 30-yard line.
Mercy.
And there's 19 seconds to go on the clock. I think you're going to see Kansas State be real conservative at this point. They don't want to lose yardage.
Going to clock it. Yeah.
I wonder if they don't run a quarterback like sneak and center the ball and then run up to the line and spike it. There's not much that they can do here. They don't want to drop back the pass and take a chance at losing the field position that they have. They're in field goal territory. There's 17 seconds to go on the clock. but they're also, he's in deep. I don't know what the hell they're going to do. They don't have any timeouts. They're going to take a shot. It looks like, boy, he could have. That was so dangerous.
Oof.
And I think they just got to kick the field goal. There's 10 seconds to go. If you're Kansas State, what are you going to accomplish on this play? Is the risk versus the reward?
Yeah,
and they're not kicking the field goal.
No, you bring up that trust factor too. They're thinking probably catch. Let's get as close as we can get. But you got to be real careful. Got to go outside.
And you got to make sure that you don't get stopped inside.
Exactly.
This is risky.
Yeah, you got to go.
3rd and 10 from the 27-yard line. Kansas State snaps it. They're trying to, and he just throws it away.
I'm about to say he's going to throw this ball away. Yeah. So here you go. Here's your 30. Let's say about the 27. What are we going to call this? About a
45-yard field goal.
Yeah, I was going to say 46 or 47, but we'll see.
Chris Tennant. I don't think it's going to be quite that far. I mean, they're at the 27.
Okay.
So if you add 17 to it, it should be 44.
Okay.
Although, they're going to spot it on the right hash mark. It's officially going to be 45 yards.
45.
I think I would have just let him kick it.
Yeah,
I would have very rushed. Now it feels like that guy gets some time. Oh, I didn't notice it. On the PAT that they missed, the dude snapped it, and the holder was just not looking for the ball at all, and it hit him in the face mask.
Yeah, that's a good call. And then they just showed the hooked field goal, and that was just, like we said, a flat-out miss. So he's got a chance now, obviously, to try to send this thing to overtime. And
it's not an easy field goal. This is 45 yards on the right hash mark. This guy's had disaster occur each of the last 2 times he's kicked the ball. All right, here we go.
It is
4th down, 6 seconds to go. I got a feeling we're headed to overtime. I think this guy's going to make it. And he does.
You see if you can jinx him the other way. No,
I did. I tried.
You tried. Good. It was a good attempt.
Don't tell me that I have mythical powers, because I just tried.
Solid.
To jinx the kicker.
Solid attempt. And
thank you for at least giving me credit for the attempted reverse jinx.
I was hoping you could pull it off. Tennant nails that. So
was
technically,
was that blatant?
That was blatant. Yes, but that's okay.
That was a blatant attempt at jinxing the kicker. Okay,
you tried. Texas. So 1 second to go. So there'll be a little squib kick or whatever. But headed to overtime now, and man, wild stuff. Can't remember the last time the Longhorns were in an overtime game. 30-all in this one.
Well, you go back to the Bijan fumble against Texas Tech.
Yeah, that was an overtime game.
Lubbock.
Yep, you're right. Yep, I said Texas would score 30 and it would be enough to win. 30 is obviously not enough to win this game based on what we've seen. So let's see how it finishes out. Way to jinx them,
shitbag.
Damn, that was me. They call me shitbag and Waxahachie. They always have. K-State will get a little squib kick here, I'm sure. By the way, Aggies across midfield, down 38-35 with 37 seconds to go, trying to figure out something. Aggies trying to do what K-State just did, go get a field goal to maybe force overtime or try to win it with a touchdown. Squib kick, and Texas is going to
We're going overtime, Chad.
Yeah, try a little return, didn't work, overtime.
30-all. 30-all. Always interesting when you look at these overtime situations. Who goes first? If one team scores a touchdown and then the other team scores a touchdown, does the second team, knowing that you got to go for 2? That's always, to me, the big question when you get into these overtime games. They changed the rules so that starting in the second overtime, you have to go for 2. And so it's caused a lot of teams, and we've seen it a lot this year, where when teams score touchdowns, so let's say Texas scores a touchdown on, let's say Texas or Kansas State, it doesn't really matter, but typically it's the road team that will do this aggressive move where Texas gets the ball first, they score, they go up 37-30. If Kansas State responds and it's 37-36. Do they just go ahead and go for 2 in that situation? Given that you're going to have, it gives you a chance to win the game where the other team can't respond at all.
Wow. Ole Miss just picked the ball off. The game's going to be over. That one won't go to overtime, catch, unless his foot was out of bounds. Max Johnson just threw up a duck. And if Ole Miss picked that off with 24 seconds to go, Ole Miss is going to close the door on the Aggies. I was about to say, how crazy would it be if both these games go to overtime? The Aggies are not going to let that happen.
It looked like he got the foot down, Chad.
Yeah, I think it looked like it real time to me. I'm going to hope that something weird happened, but yep, that's a pick.
By the way, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe readjusting the ball slightly.
Ooh, I don't know.
Maybe readjusted. Let's see.
I think that's an incomplete pass, Chad. Right there. He's still, he does juggle the ball a little bit on the way out.
Whew.
Right there.
Yeah.
That's an incomplete pass.
Yeah. Does he have absolute control? I don't know if he does.
Right there.
I'll let you discuss it. You know, I'm
well,
way
look,
too
I don't
far
want to
inside.
jinx you, right? Yeah. Like, I don't want to be a shitbag. What I'm telling you is he does juggle the ball. He gets a foot down.
Yeah.
But then on the very next step, he literally, that's not like he's juggling the ball and the ball's against his chest. He like loses the ball down near his waist. And it's very obvious to me. Like, look, there's 24 seconds to go in that game. It's not, they ruled that an incomplete pass. It's the right call.
Aggie's going to get another chance.
And now, the Aggie problem is they're a long way. Well, they're near midfield. I guess they got a timeout. It's still doable. Max Johnson's pretty banged up though. So, I think he's hurt from the sack before. It's 3rd and 15, and they need a good 15, 20 yards to get themselves into field goal position.
Yeah. Michael, Super Chat 199. This game shouldn't have even been this close. It was 27-7 at one point for Texas. Obviously, you can do the math on that. 27-7, getting outscored 23-3 from that point to now. Do I have that math right? I think I do.
Yeah,
there's a lot of math in my head right now with these crazy games. So Texas getting ready for the coin toss for overtime. A&M's got 3rd and 15. Trying to get into field goal range to at least prolong the game. There was a timeout there, so they're going to do a timeout before 3rd down. So we're about to see the coin toss. This will be big to see. Obviously, you want to go on defense first. We all know about that.
Boy, this guy's loving his TV time right now.
Oh, this guy does love it.
By all means, just give us 5 minutes of explaining overtime. Thank you, sir.
He really is the Dick Bavetta of the Big 12. He loves.
Hey, guys, see the coin? I'm going to flip it over a couple of times. Everybody gets a good look at it.
Loves the vibe.
Kansas State wins the toss.
Okay, so Texas will get the ball. All right, Malik Murphy in the offense. And as somebody from OB on the on our Slack conversation pointed out, it is a red zone competition now. That's how they set it up. And, of course, we know when you get to the second overtime now, you got to go for 2. When you get into the 3rd overtime and beyond, it is nothing but 2-point conversions. So they've really compacted this thing down. If everybody remembers A&M and LSU, the 74-72 game, that scared college football enough that they compacted the overtime rules even more.
Oh, got to just change the whole rules of the game, Chad.
It totally freaked them out, and now they've squeezed it all down a little bit. So extra importance, catch. The only overtime period you have that's truly everybody's got options is the first one, because after that they start putting rules on you. So we'll see what this first overtime looks like.
This first down play is going to be pretty critical. Can Texas get a little something going? Can they keep down and distance in their favor? Can't stress enough, this is the most pressure Maalik Murphy's ever been in his entire life, and he throws a ball behind his intended receiver on first down.
Felt like it got tipped to me, catch. Let's see if they get a replay. It looked super ugly when it got there. I feel like that ball might have been tipped.
They're going to show the replay here. Let's see what happens. They go a little RPO. Oh, it hit a guy in the face.
Okay.
That's what it looked like anyway.
Yeah, misdirected, but yeah, off a helmet, but not a hand. Yeah, that felt like that ball got messed with at the line of scrimmage.
All right, they're going second down, a little run game action, and they're going to Jonathan Brooks. It's going to be 3rd and 9.
Yeah. All right.
By the way, A&M attempting a field goal here with 2 seconds left on the clock, 47 yards.
You're going to get to tell me what happened. So tell me.
What's that?
I said, you're going to tell me what happens.
No, I just told you they took a timeout.
Oh, my bad. Okay, gotcha.
So you got a reprieve. You got a reprieve.
Either you or my wife's going to tell me, because I can hear the girls screaming and yelling in the living room. So I know something's about to happen right before it happens.
3rd and 9, Kansas State blitzes. Incomplete pass. Boy, 3 and out for Texas. And they're obviously, Malik's looking like, hey, do we have a decision to make here? We don't, Malik. You're going to have to bring out the field goal team. Yeah. And no matter what happens here, Kansas State will have a chance to win the game with their possession, barring a penalty here. It's going to be a fairly long field goal, too, for Texas. I mean, 42, 42 yards is no gimme. Bert Auburn, 3 for 3 on the day. Kansas State is not going to rush. They're just going to let Bert Auburn attempt it. He 4 for 4 right down Broadway again. He's been excellent today. A&M now lining up for their field goal attempt, down 38-35.
Come on, Randy Bond.
We got the snap. The hold is good. The kick is, and we're going to overtime in that game as well. Wait, he missed it?
What? Don't do that to me, Catch. How dare you?
It was short. It was right down the pike. I don't know if someone deflected it or not, but it knuckleballed, like it just was a knuckler. So when you see the ball leave his foot, it's right down the middle, and it looks like it's going to be good, and then it just knuckled on the way down.
So that's the way, huh? That's the way that one ends. Well, fantastic.
All right, Kansas State with the ball, 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. What does Kansas State do on this drive? They're going to put the ball in Will Howard's hands. It's not a bad decision. Texas, he's going right down the seam. Oh, my God. First down completion. Oh. It's going to be 1st and goal at the 7. Whew. And suddenly, Chad, honest to God, for the first time today, I am more nervous than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
Ooh, there we go.
Will Howard, it's 1st and goal. The ball is at officially the 6. I would not take the ball out of Will Howard's hands here. Just let him use – they're going to call quarterback run, and Texas is ready for that. That hasn't worked all day for Kansas State. Wouldn't it be ironic if Avery Johnson came into the game here inside the 5-yard line? Again, if it's me, Will Howard is the reason why they're in this game. They made the mistake once to take the ball out of Will Howard's hands. If you're Texas, I think you don't want Will Howard throwing the ball. 2nd and goal from the 4. Will Howard, another quarterback. Oh, no. Ooh. I don't know if that was going to be a touchdown or not, but it was kind of the old Tim Tebow. He faked the quarterback draw.
What a play by 93.
T'Vondre Sweat with the tip pass. Was this going to be 6? It might have been. That might be a game-saving tip pass by T'Vondre Sweat. We'll never know what a 3rd down situation this is. Because if you're Kansas State, you would assume they have to take the field goal if they can't get it in here. They changed their offense when they get inside this red zone. All right, Will Howard back to pass, no pressure. Now there's a little pressure. Incomplete. It's going to set up 4th and goal.
All right.
Texas has sweated this out, but now if you're Kansas State, are they going to go for it?
About to say, you want to just go gutsy on the road? Is this
Will Howard's on the field? They're going for it.
Wow, Kleiman's got some guts here.
4th and goal. I guess this tells us what they would do if Texas had scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
And this is the ball game. 4th and goal from the Texas 4-yard line. It's 33-30. They go empty back here. We're going to get a timeout. I think Texas is going to call a timeout. And look at this.
There's no way in hell Sark thought they were about to go on 4th down.
I would kick the field goal if I was Kansas State.
Well, it's I said, they're about to force you to go for 2. And what do you think about your 2-point conversion plays?
I'm okay with Texas getting the ball back on offense because Malik Murphy has shown me nothing to lead me to think that they just went 3 and out.
I do like.
I'm taking the 3 points.
Yeah,
and I'm putting the pressure on Texas to score points. This is an incredibly gutsy call, especially since Kansas State's been pretty terrible in this part of the field. Offensively, they have not completely known who they want to be. I think they've wanted to be power run game with the quarterback, and it hasn't worked all day. And the thing that they've spread Texas out and been very good just moving the ball like an actual offense instead of like caveman. All right, here we go. It's 4th and goal. Kansas State is going for it. They're in 12 personnel. They got 2 tight ends on the field. They got 3 backs. They got 3 to the left. There's nothing there. Howard he's going to get sacked. He throws the ball up. It's incomplete. The Longhorns have won the game in overtime.
Wow. How about that? Found a way out of it.
And they went gimmicky on their final play of the game. They ran trips to the left, a single receiver to the right, and they go right in terms of the direction, and it's covered, and there's no secondary option. And Howard is on his back foot trying to figure out what to do. He stumbles. He just throws the ball up in the air. It could have been an interception. It gets dropped, but the ball game is over. Final from DKR, 33-30. Longhorns hold on. And Chad, I would have taken the field goal.
Man, oh man, absolutely. All right, Longhorn fans, just do it with me. Put your hand right here on you. Woo! 33-30. They get the win. And they go. Woosah. 8-1 now. All right, let's close the doors on the watch along. Thank you to Pinthouse for all of their great support. Wear your UT
Hit the
gear.
like button on the way out, fellas.
Hit the like, get those notifications. Thank you for that $1.99 super. I need some Rogue. Yeah, there you go, James. Needing some Rogue right now. Wear your UT gear. $2 off pints to Texas games. $4 off pitchers tomorrow for your NFL action at any Pinthouse location. And shout out to Specs for the Specs chat. Thank you to over 440 folks who jumped in that Specs chat with us today. We thank you so much for that. Texas gets the win, 33-30. Keep it right here on Orangebloods Live. Just wait. You'll see that post-game click in. If you had your notifications, you'd already know it's happening. Catch Sukamel, Anwar live from the stadium. Texas gets the win, 33-30, and they are 8-1. Thank you for checking out the watch along. See ya.